We'll continue to debate, and we're not going to agree on all of them. But I need to say something, that we bite our nose to spite our face, we do the wrong thing, and we hamper our own life cycle and the life cycle of our children and grandchildren when we cut basic research. There is no reason why we should cut NIH research or basic research into science. It is stupid. It is stupid, and it's infuriating because America has been, one of the reasons our healthcare is so expensive, blah, 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 but people still want to come here to get it.
That's right.
Is because we have this cutting-edge technology in disease. And it's in our own self-interest. Yes, we're the leader of the world. Okay, fine. But what about for us and our families?
Well, see, that's the whole problem with what is being cut. On one hand, you have people holding up the flag going, we represent the American people. I think if you took a poll of the American people and said, hey, how many of you want that research to not be funded that creates this wonderful benefit from all of these brilliant minds,
so many
tank.
Brilliant minds.
And then you're going to take
I can go to MD Anderson.
Away.
I could go to Dana-Farber. I could go to Johns Hopkins. I can go to Mayo Clinic. I could go to Jackson Sylvester. There are so many people now that are helping people.
So that's why it's like, why would something like that be cut?
I don't know why.
The rationale doesn't make sense other than it's the money grab. There's a certain amount of dollars that go towards that.
Okay. Yes, it's expensive. Okay. But to me, it's an easy risk-benefit analysis.
Absolutely. If you're thinking, and I'm going to say this, obviously my opinion, if you're thinking of the welfare of the people of America, why PBS cut their funding? Why NPR?
All right, let's talk about that. You're against that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Tell me why. Why are you opposed to that? 203-333-9422. We can debate the cuts to public radio, public television. If you want to be part of that, give us a call.
It's called National Public Radio for a reason, NPR, which is what
it was called that because it's not for profit.
Agreed. And then you have like Sesame Street on PBS.
Mm-hmm.
Now, the thing that has come out is the criticism that they have of the current electorate or the current president. There's been a direct connection. He said it himself. They should be off the air because they say things and they skew things. The tragedy is we have freedom of speech. We should be able to talk about anything. One of the things that was confirmed to me, I went to a birthday party for a friend of mine this weekend, and they heard our conversation last week. And the one where they called in with the immigrants and everything.
Oh, that was,
yeah. And they were like,
every time I bring that up, it looks like I'm in the minority, Wayne, in my point of view on this. But it's okay.
I can tell you the majority of people, at least the ones I speak to, and I'm not just talking about black people, they're like, we're losing our humanity. We're becoming desensitized. You know, when did you just wake up and we're just taking people out of here with no compassion and shoving them into places that actually have been closed with prisons, even in the state of Connecticut, based upon being deprived of certain human comforts. You know, there is something that goes like, there's a system that we had. President Obama and Biden deported more people, like 3 times as much.
I don't know about Biden, but I know that Obama did.
Him as well.
But give Trump time. He's only been around since January. He's trying.
But we didn't have cars pulling up, trucks pulling up, throwing them in.
It was not the same process.
What happens to the people? The process was still there to go through, and when you eliminate a process, it creates a whole other issue. So that's why it becomes, when I hear people say this is what's best for America, with Medicaid in the state of Connecticut, 67% of the people on Medicaid are working already, and then you put a work requirement on them of, 40 hours a month?
I think it's not 40. I think it's less.
40, 20, even if it's 20.
It's 20.
Even if it's 20, where do you get that extra job to maintain your Medicaid? And there's no limit on your age. So seniors aren't even, just looked at it today. Seniors aren't even.
Sure about that, Wayne? I got to look at that.
Yes, please do.
I'm going to look at that. I didn't see that. I thought that there was a limit on that.
They have a couple of exceptions, but they are included in that. And so if you're talking about the American people who voted for a specific thing, that's not something that anyone would have voted for. No one would have voted for cutting SNAP benefits. There's an article from the state of Connecticut that the person, SNAP cuts and rising state fees hit Connecticut families.
Yeah.
The Department of Social Services Commissioner, Andrea Barton Reeves, says that the cuts, the federal government used to cover the cost of benefits and share administrative fees 50-50. Now, Barton Reeves says our state will share the cost of benefits and pay 75 of the administrative fees. That's an additional $77 million that we have to spend for that. Now, some of our SNAP benefits that some of our seniors receive are as low as $65 a month. Barton Reeves says, how could I possibly make how could I lower these benefits any further for people? $65. And help me understand, who would have voted for that? Who's in this bill looking at that and say, this is a good idea, especially you have people, they're not all wealthy. They're not all billionaires. And they talk about welfare. We talked about, and this is over the weekend, we talked about corporate welfare. Exxon, billions of dollars,
Do you think that Connecticut did the right thing in extending benefits to people who are here illegally? They don't do it with many people. They do it for medical. They don't do it with SNAP.
Correct. I think people deserve a chance. Somehow we're losing this when that's what the country was built on. To me, it feels like...
So you think it's a good idea?
Yes, and people want to pick who should get that, because that's really what it's going to get down to. We've run out of people who were in jail, who were the dangerous ones.
I don't think we've run out of them. That doesn't sound right to me.
I'm just saying that's what the perspective is. Bear with me.
Okay.
Remember, we're going to take the people out of jail. We're going to put them.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Them.
You mean that
okay?
we haven't run out of them, but you're saying that the administration is moving to a different category of people.
Yes, people who are cutting their grass, families in the military, and they take them away and they disappeared and they try to bring them back and they're going, no. They're blocking students from coming in. They're sending college students back, some of them actually in the moments away.
Let's go to a caller. Andy from Essex. Hi, Andy. Hi, Andy from Essex. Oh, hi.
In a senior apartment up here.
Oh, hey. Essex is beautiful.
Yes,
Andy.
it is.
Yeah, I'm the poorest guy in the richest town.
Okay, well, that's a nice place to take a walk. Anyway, you're on the air with us. Come on.
If you come walking up here, come see me. Anyway, Wayne, you seem like a nice guy. Deep down, I like you. But is there anything at all that you like about what Donald Trump is doing? And I'll hang up and listen.
Thank you, Andy. It's a good question.
I like that question. I'm going to tell you something. I have a problem with people who are super wealthy and forget that there's regular people. Because when you're elected to something like that, these programs hurt so many people.
Yeah.
Now, there's going to be some watershed situation that something is going to come down on the right thereof. Do we need to be aware and understand what are the things are drains on our budget? Yes.
Wait, is the answer no then to Andy's question? Is there anything Donald Trump is doing or has done that you like? It's a fair question, Wayne.
I agree. Okay, so the thing that I like actually is that he is trying to figure out a way to reduce government spending.
Oh, okay. So you approve of the goal.
Absolutely. Now, what you cut is something else. When you fire...
So you don't like his tactics.
When you fire thousands of people who've been out of work, thousands of people out of their jobs, and they've been there their whole lives, with really overnight. Imagine walking to your job like you don't have a job.
Yeah.
I mean...
It happens in the private sector all the time.
Well, not mass like that. And you work for the government, just say, hey, I don't think that you need to have a job here, so I'm going to cut this out of
It happens in private sector, Wayne. You know it does.
Yeah,
mass layoffs. Yes, it does. It happens in the private sector. But it doesn't usually happen in the government sector, which is one of the reasons why people like working in the government. And by the way, you could argue that they work for a little less money, but they had a little more job security. That's not the case.
Is there something wrong with that? Just to have job security when you put your time in and you work X amount of time, because don't employers want long time?
I'm not saying there's anything wrong with it. I'm just telling you that mass layoffs are not unknown in the private sector. They, they're not.
Usually there's a reason, okay?
Well, this is a reason. In Trump's opinion, it's a reason.
I'm not disagreeing with it. I get that's his opinion, but there's nothing done that said what department was more efficient than another department. It's just axe the whole thing,
I hear
just
you.
mindlessly. When corporations do that, they usually try to figure out what that's going to be, reorganization, et cetera, et cetera. This was just, I want that whole department to be gone. Now, let's talk about it's every department. The Department of Education, the school systems across this country are saying, how am I going to bridge the gap now for these programs that even fed children? Why would you cut SNAP
Well, wait a minute.
benefits?
To be fair, Linda McMahon is saying that the programs run by the Department of Education are not going to be run by the Department of Education anymore, but they are going to be run. They're parsing them out to other bureaucracies in the federal government. She says that she's not cutting school lunches or school breakfasts or anything like that.
Well, that's what she's saying, but that's not what's happening.
And we're back with Wayne Winston. So, Wayne, you appreciate the goal to cut money, but you cannot stand where Trump is deciding to put the scalpel. That's fair
I
to say?
think there needs to be research.
What about his invasion of Iran? Was that a good thing?
The invasion? I mean...
You're not that into the foreign policy piece, huh?
I mean...
I am.
Yes.
And I think it was a great thing.
I know that you were. And I understand, again, there's reasons to be there to deal with it. No question.
I thought it was a good thing. I like that Trump did it a lot. Thought it was a gutsy move. I'm glad, thank God, no American lives were lost. And I think it set back Iran, and I think that's a good thing for the world.
Well, I think when you just start bombing people overnight, there are some other offshoots, especially from that direction, that people worried about. You know, we can have internal terrorism, creating new terrorists.
It's
and
very
all that
true,
other stuff.
but they're an enemy, and I just think that they're very obviously an enemy.
Not disagreeing with that at all, and I guess I'm more of a diplomacy guy versus dropping the bombs guy. But
well, you know, you drop a bomb after 15 years of trying diplomacy and having people ignore it.
Well,
that's pretty much what happened.
I think when it comes to them, I mean, the door was open, you know, and we'll drop some bombs over there. Hopefully,
the door wasn't open. The United States Army opened the door with the help of the Israelis.
That's what I'm saying.
All right, let me turn to a different conversation. Do you know how much money Chris Murphy has been raising?
No.
Chris Murphy raised over $15 million when he ran for re-election last fall, and he had virtually no competition. No offense, Matthew Corey. He's already raked in over 2/3 of that amount for his next race, which is 5 years away. He has pulled in another $10.3 million for the 6-month period beginning January 1st. And he raised another almost $1 million for a new leadership political action committee that he formed this year. And 80% of the contributions were $200 or less. It's a deluge of money, quote, following Murphy's high-profile opposition to President Trump's policies. He has a lot of money. And because he has a lot of money, he's going to have a lot of power. He's able to take his money and contribute to other political campaigns. He's given a teeny bit of money to John Ossoff, Cory Booker, but teeny bit, $5,000 apiece. Query, why is he hoarding so much money if not to start running for his own presidential campaign?
Well, I mean, if he wants to run, I mean, who are we to say don't run?
Of course, everybody should run.
So I think he's smart enough, and there's enough money coming in. That means people see something
Do you like
in him. I like
Chris Murphy? You do?
I like
Do you
Chris.
know him personally?
Yes. In fact, when he first started out and he had to get more associated down here around the Fairfield County, Bridgeport in particular, I was fortunate enough to be part of making sure that he met the right people in the community, et cetera, going to local folks, because that's my thing, to make sure that you're not just with the political side, but the people who actually live in the community who you are going to affect. That's why when you hear what I talk about on here, like even the gentleman called in, if he's got Medicaid, if they put him in a work program, where's he going to find that job?
A good question.
That's real. I mean, that's not made up because it's a law that is passed and not something that we're thinking about.
But if you're disabled, I know you're exempt. I know you're exempt. I read that. I know you're exempt from the work requirements.
And if you're mentally challenged, there's provisions that you have to prove what that is. Otherwise, you also have a work requirement. So, I mean, and then you have to
They've upped
be
the
reviewed.
admin. That's going to be a problem for people.
And
They've upped the amount of times a year you have to apply. That is an enormous headache for people.
Every 6 months.
That's a lot.
Now you're talking about putting that on the state to take care of that as well, like we don't have enough of that going on. I have to say, as a black man, erasing our history, this administration absolutely has done those things. It's not fictitious, removing the names, Medgar Evers, Harriet Tubman from ships, taking...
What about the fact that they just released thousands of papers on Martin Luther King Jr.'s assassination? Has anybody read them that you know? Is anyone in the black community taking a deep interest in those papers?
I mean, there's an interest, but, again, it's patronizing. Okay, and I think it's a deflection. Okay, everybody wants Epstein. Okay, he's trying to get out that kitchen. Hey, I got Martin Luther King over here. That's not a good trade. Okay, because we basically know what happened with Martin Luther King. It's like they know who shot him. They know through that whole process what that whole thing was about. Yeah. So if there's some little tidbit that we don't know, great. That is not the Epstein files, which even his own people who elected him, and I say his own people, the ones that believed what he needed. And at this point in this country, even some of them are going like, okay, where's my flood relief? Where's my FEMA relief? So there's a lot that's going on. And I believe in being able to criticize anyone that's elected. And there's almost like a bubble in certain places. And what I like about our show, Lisa, and even the callers, whether you agree with me or not, I never met anyone that says, we talk about stuff they don't hear on the regular radio. Even the stuff that comes on at night is very slanted, one way or the other. And, the conservative airways, so to speak, Republican airways dominate. We're like a anomaly.
But I'm going to say something. I want to go back at you with that.
Yes.
The conservative airways dominate AM radio, which we are AM and FM, but they dominate talk radio for a reason. They came up as a result of the dominance of NPR, which was the number one talk radio format, which was an agenda that was left-leaning. And so conservatives found a home on talk radio in private enterprise that was more right-leaning. They did. And they felt that they didn't have a home on mainstream media and television. Now, it happens that they had some people behind the mic who were very persuasive, and so they persuaded people to their point of view in extraordinary numbers. But talk radio didn't used to be all conservative. It came about, a lot of people believe, as a result of there was an audience for a point of view that was not heard in other places.
Well, I know that was some decades ago because they've been dominating it since then. I mean,
because the ratings came in for that.
So that's what I'm saying.
The audience was found for that. The audience was there.
And media, we buy markets, we buy stations, et cetera. So you go some places, that's all you see is a certain station.
But that liberal radio, Air America, really tried and failed.
Oh, absolutely.
It failed. So what does that tell you? It tells you that with the exception of Rachel Maddow, who was very gifted and migrated to television, that what they were selling wasn't bought by the American public. It wasn't bought. The ratings weren't there. People didn't want to hear it. They didn't agree with it.
Well, I think...
But on NPR, they found a home.
But judging by one or two personalities, NPR is very valuable for most people.
It is valuable for people who want to listen to it, but some people don't want to.
Yeah, but that's national funding cutting it out. Now, if you were to ask people, where would you like your money to go?
Yeah.
To Elon Musk's budget or, his budget cuts, or to NPR, which is very popular, which what people watch, okay, or listen to. Sesame Street, which is on PBS, hey, you're talking stuff that's kind of liberal. Is this about erasing what is liberal and keeping the other things going? Because those are federally funded. I mean, so sure, private companies can continue to do this, but they say themselves, that funding every month, if you were to take a list, which doesn't happen, which things do you want to be defunded in America?
I'm going to tell you something that's going to stagger you.
Go right ahead.
We're going to go because we're leaving. It's almost 7:59.
I enjoyed today's conversation.
Donald Trump's budget, this is going to shock you, allocated $250 million for the Kennedy Center, which I read this morning was something like 6 times the amount that was allocated in years before.
That's a good thing.
I was shocked myself.
Well, he wants
$250 million for the Kennedy Center.
But a lot of people resigned when he took it over.
No, he forced them to. He fired them.
There you go. So I think,
but still, it's still for the arts. You have to admit you're surprised by that.
We hope it's for the arts because sometimes.
Well, what else would it be?
For him to build another monument, okay?
I did read this morning that he wants to name something after his wife, Melania.
Okay.
Forgot what it was, but it's something, right? Something at the Kennedy Center, some special part of the Kennedy Center he wants named after Melania.
And so here we are. So you're removing statues of significant black people, African Americans. But let's get a statue in a golden dome to cover America. Okay, but I love our show, and I love every one of our listeners. So thank you guys for tuning in.
We'll be back next Wednesday with Wayne Winston. We'll be back behind the mic tomorrow.
WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut. Weather update.
Sunny, warmer and more humid this afternoon with a high in the mid-80s. Partly cloudy and mild this evening and overnight with a low near 70. Sunny tomorrow, but hot with a high of 90. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
Now, let's take a look back with Norman. Let's hear what happened today in WICC history.
It's July 23rd. On this day in 1984, Vanessa Williams became the first Miss America to give up her title.
Wish I could retain my title as Miss America. However, the potential harm to the pageant has convinced me that I must relinquish my title as Miss America.
In 2018, the National Transportation Safety Board warned against the growing trend of people jumping out of moving cars and dancing to this Drake song. July 23rd, 2019, Boris Johnson becomes the Prime Minister of Britain. He spent his childhood near the Manresa power plant in Norwalk. July 23rd.
That was today in WICC history. Every day just before 2 on the Voice of Connecticut, WICC 695.9. This is where Fairfield County comes for local news. WICC 695.9, the Voice of Connecticut. WICC Bridgeport, WFOX Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Cammie McCormick. A judge has just sentenced Brian Kohlberger for the murder of 4 University of Idaho students nearly 3 years ago.
Truth be told, I'm unable to come up with anything redeeming about Mr. Kohlberger because his grotesque acts of evil have buried and hidden anything that might have been good or intrinsically human about him.
He received 4 life sentences after his previous guilty plea. Earlier, there were impact statements from the victims' friends and families. Michael Wallace reports.
Olivia Gonzalez lost her younger sister, Kaylee.
Every day I'm angry. I'm left shouting at the inside of my own head everything I wish I could say to you.
Dylan Mortensen was a roommate of the victims.
All the memories that we were supposed to make, all of it is gone.
Scott Laramie's stepdaughter, Madison Mogan, was killed.
Since Maddie's loss, there's emptiness in our hearts, home and family, an endless void.
Michael Wallace, CBS News.
In Florida, a black college student is recovering after being punched and dragged from his car by law enforcement officers during a traffic stop.
Exit the vehicle now! Exit the vehicle!
William McNeil suffered a concussion and pierced lip after asking to speak to a supervisor. The encounter sparked outrage. Civil rights attorney Ben Crump.
To the sheriff, respectfully, you can't justify this. You can't condone this. You have to condemn this.
In Los Angeles, a doctor has pleaded guilty to illegally supplying ketamine to actor Matthew Perry before his overdose death. The Friends star had struggled with addiction for years. Dr. Salvador Placencia was to have gone on trial next month. British researchers think the pandemic was bad for our brain health. Vicki Barker has that.
British researchers writing in the journal Nature Communications say the brains of people who lived through the COVID pandemic aged 5.5 months faster than the rate that prevailed before the lockdowns began, whether or not they actually contracted COVID-19. Vicki Barker, CBS News, London.
Sales of previously occupied homes slid in June, partly due to prices hitting unprecedented levels. But CBS's Jill Schlesinger tells us there's another reason.
Still high mortgage rates are really hitting the housing market. For the 5th consecutive month, existing home sales were either unchanged or down from a year ago.
Investors on Wall Street are cheering the latest trade deals. Stocks are higher today. The Nasdaq up 81. The Dow Jones Industrials 439 points higher. This is CBS News.
Progressive Insurance, with insurance for cars, home, boat, motorcycles, RVs, and commercial vehicles at 1-800-PROGRESSIVE and Progressive.com.
Paul's new drone startup just lost its most genius computer scientist.
We just lost our best genius to some new genius who's got a genius new idea. I'm going to have to find a new genius, or two half geniuses, and fast.
He needs a computer scientist that can keep his startup from falling down.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. When you sponsor a job on Indeed, it's easier for talented candidates to find it, which makes it easier for you to hire them. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Did you know you can get your prescriptions for less at your local pharmacy? You can with GoodRx. It's the free app that can save you money on your medications. Just search for your prescription, choose the pharmacy and the price that works best for you, and then show your GoodRx coupon to your pharmacist at the drop-off counter. GoodRx works at over 70,000 pharmacies, including Walmart, Rite Aid, and Walgreens, and it works whether you have insurance or not. It's easy to save. Next time you drop off your prescription, check GoodRx. To start saving today, go to GoodRx.com. GoodRx is not insurance.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
An Afghan interpreter living and working in Connecticut has been detained by ICE agents in East Hartford. Senator Richard Blumenthal is only identifying the man as Zia over concerns about his safety and that of his family. The man is in the U.S. legally, and he was arrested recently at a routine appointment related to his green card application. In a conversation with WTNH-TV News 8, Blumenthal called his arrest a broken promise.
Great nation keeps its promises. We promised them we would bring them here. They would be safe. Zia thought he was safe.
Zia previously helped the U.S. military, and his lawyer, Lauren Peterson, also spoke with Channel 8 about the consequences he could face if sent back to Afghanistan.
He faces death. There's a certain threat to his life. He's already seen the Taliban's attempts to hurt his family, and they have harmed his family.
A Danbury couple in their 40s are accused of engaging in sexual activity on a JetBlue flight. Officials say Christopher Arnold and Trista Riley were spotted by two children and their mother having sexual contact, and they alerted a flight attendant. The alleged incident happened this past Saturday on a flight from New York to Sarasota, Florida. When the plane landed in Florida, Arnold and Riley were arrested and charged with lewd and lascivious exhibition. State police have launched an online data program that will allow users to track how many tickets troopers are issuing. It also shows the demographics of those who are issued tickets, including age, gender, and ethnicity. The State Department of Emergency Services and Public Protection says the program is designed for transparency.
The hope is that this provides more so people see what the police are doing, so they don't assume things or say, well, the cops aren't doing their job, or they're always stopping the black guy, or they're always stopping the Asian woman. Well, let's look at it. Who are they stopping?
And a new traffic pattern has now been put in place at Tweed New Haven Regional Airport that officials believe will ease congestion. The huge growth of air travel at Tweed in the last few years has also created traffic headaches for passengers and for nearby residents. A roundabout has been created for arriving traffic that Mayor Justin Elicker says will enhance safety at the airport and in the surrounding neighborhood. Officials believe the new patterns will reduce traffic on Fort Hale Road by around 30%. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Parkway southbound construction exit 46 going through 44. Left lane is out. And on the Upper Merritt northbound construction exit 49 going to exit 51. On the Wilbur Cross north and southbound construction between Route 34 and exit 60 in Hamden. Stay left to get around it all. 91 northbound, the construction starts at exit 15. And Route 8 northbound, it starts at exit 18. Left lane is out. Traffic report is powered by Brown Roofing. Brown Roofing is Fairfield County's premier roofing replacement, repair, and gutter contractor. Contact Brown Roofing today at brownroofing600.com. Brown won't let you down. I'm Andrew Krause with WICC Traffic.
Partly cloudy and mild this evening and overnight with a low of 70. Sunny and hot tomorrow with a high near 90. Friday, sunny and hot with a high in the low to mid-90s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
So when we talk about polling, there's a term out there called push polling. Now, you may have heard it. You may have said to yourself, well, yeah, I kind of understand that, but I'm not really sure. And now the far left in Connecticut, meaning, some far left politicians, members of the General Assembly, but the labor unions, SEIU, and all those types, the really uber lefties in the state, have now gone to phony polling or push polling. Is it phony in the classical sense? Probably not. But it's a push poll. And what they're trying to do now is to shame Governor Ned Lamont from not running again. Now, again, when I talk about these issues with Ned Lamont, it's not out of some burning love for the guy. I'm a registered Republican. He's a registered Democrat. But to me, he's the minimum of the evils you would have to deal with if he's reelected again. Now, would it be nice in my mind if a Republican won? Sure would be. Going back to the days of a GOP governor like Joe DeRail, even John Rowland, when he wasn't doing illegal things. Yeah, but the chances of that are not real good today. Now, who knows, 6, 8, 10, 12 months from now? You don't know. So in my preference of looking at this, you have to look at least I do, what is the most likely thing that would happen? And the most likely thing that would happen now is likely, if he ran again, Governor Ned Lamont would win. Now, the left in this state is so desperate. Just want to let you know this. They've started doing push polling. And what's a push poll? Let me give you an example. A simple poll, a non-push poll, would be, do you approve of the job that Governor Ned Lamont is doing? Or do you approve or disapprove of the job that President Trump is currently doing? So it's kind of an equally weighted question, right? Simple. Yeah, I like him. No, I don't. Yeah, he's doing a good job. No, he stinks on ice. You know what I mean? But what a push poll does is it tries to engender in the way things are asked an attitude that makes you think, well, hey, maybe there's a point being made here. So a push poll in the case of, say, Mr. Trump would be something like, are you very much worried, somewhat worried, a little worried, or not worried at all that President Trump's chaotic timing and policies on tariffs will hurt consumers? So you take a position decidedly anti or pro someone, and then you try and massage a question about that. Do you think President Trump's announced buildup of the U.S. Navy to its glory days will be good in the long run to the U.S.? So you see, you're trying to elicit a yes answer on certain questions and no answer on certain other questions. Well, the reason I bring this up is this is how desperate the left has become in the state. They're trying now, they've had people out of their own caucuses like Saud Anwar and Josh Elliott and other people pretty much start bashing that Representative Gauthier from out in the eastern part of the state. They've asked these people to publicly bash Ned Lamont, and the governor pretty much doesn't care. He was asked about people getting in the race, and he said, yeah, well, come on in. Yeah, the more the merrier. Let's go. So now they're doing what are called push polling to try and push a progressive leftist message in the state. Because to their annoyance, Ned Lamont is too moderate. So I have more details about this push poll coming up. 203-333-9422-333 right here, WICC.
There's something lurking in Long Island Sound. It's waiting for you. It's $25,000. The WICC Surfside Hotel Greatest Bluefish Tournament on Earth returns August 23rd and 24th. Catch the heaviest bluefish that weekend and win $25,000. Plus, there's over $40,000 in cash prizes. Sign up now at bluefishtournament.com. The WICC Surfside Hotel Greatest Bluefish Tournament on Earth. We'll see you on the Sound.
Thanks, Fine Fettle, The Water Doctor, and Bridgeport Harbor Marina.
Hey, Joe, what happened to your teeth? They look amazing.
Oh, you know, years of root canals, crowns, gum treatments. I got tired of it all. So I went to Columbia Implant Center in Manchester. They removed my bad teeth and gave me permanent new ones. Same day.
Wait, you walked out with new teeth?
Yep, it's called All for One. They place 4 implants and attach a full set of connected teeth. It's not 4 teeth, it's a full smile. I feel like a new man.
Call Columbia Implant Center at 860-730-6020. All for One. One day, one life-changing smile.
Get to Citi Field when the Mets host the San Francisco Giants and Cleveland Guardians. The Giants are in for the weekend, Friday, August 1st through Sunday, August 3rd. Stay after Friday's game for fireworks, weather permitting. The first 15,000 fans at Saturday's game will get a Francisco Alvarez bobblehead from Coca-Cola. And on Sunday, the first 5,000 kids under 14 will get a mini bat from Dunkin'. The homestand continues against the Guardians Monday, August 4th through Wednesday, August 6th. Get your tickets now at Mets.com/tickets.
You are listening to WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut, broadcasting from Cadillac of Greenwich Studios, CadillacofGreenwich.com.
For 90 years, Social Security has delivered every check, every month, keeping its promise to hardworking Americans and helping millions of Connecticut residents retire with dignity. As we celebrate Social Security turning 90, AARP promises to keep it strong for older Americans today and our kids and grandkids tomorrow. Join us. Sign the pledge to protect Social Security at aarp.org/we earned it. That's aarp.org/we earned it. Paid for by AARP.
You can't see it, you can't smell it, but radon gas could be putting your family at risk. Radon is an invisible, odorless gas that could be lurking in your home and cause serious risk to your family's health. Protect your family with a free on-site radon test from Apex Radon Solutions, your local Connecticut certified radon specialist. Apex Radon Solutions is offering free in-home radon test kits to help you detect and protect. Go to apexradonsolutions.com today to get your kit. Healthy air, healthy home with Apex Radon Solutions.
Who picks Post University? People who pick Post are people who believe in themselves and their potential. Post people want a school that helps them succeed on their terms, on their budget, and on their schedule. They want on-campus activities and online flexibility. Most of all, they want an education that could help prepare them for success in over 50 fields. Because when you're an Eagle, the sky's the limit. Are you a Post person? Find out now at post.edu.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Parkway southbound construction exit 46 going through 44. Left lane is out. And on the Upper Merritt northbound construction exit 49 going to exit 51. On the Wilbur Cross north and southbound construction between Route 34 and exit 60 in Hamden. Stay left to get around it all. 91 northbound, the construction starts at exit 15. And Route 8 northbound, it starts at exit 18. Left lane is out. Traffic report is powered by Brown Roofing. Brown Roofing is Fairfield County's premier roofing replacement, repair, and gutter contractor. Contact Brown Roofing today at brownroofing600.com. Brown won't let you down. I'm Andrew Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, partly cloudy and mild, below near 70. Sunny and hot tomorrow with a high of 90. Friday, sunny and hot with a high in the low to mid-90s. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
The only place in Fairfield County for live, local talk. This is the voice of Connecticut. WICC 600 and 95.9. And Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli.
Thank you, Mr. Big Voice. 203-333-9422. 333-WICC. So interesting here. There is now, and the Connecticut Mirror has this, a push poll has been done essentially to try and embarrass Governor Ned Lamont like he needs this. Early 70s, 2 terms under his belt, and worth hundreds of millions of dollars. Now, apparently, some uber lefties in the Democratic Party in the state. Are there any other kind? No, I'm kidding. There's a moderate wing. We had one of those folks on a couple of weeks ago to talk about that. But that wing in the Democratic Party in the in the state house, only about 35 or 40 members. But the governor now is being pressured or trying to being shamed, if you will, into moving further left by a push poll here. In other words, a poll that, and you got to hear how some of these questions are worded. This is comical here. There's a new poll out there of Democratic voters, Democrats only, commissioned by labor and advocacy groups. You know what that means. They suggest that Governor Ned Lamont's unexpected veto of a housing bill and his consistent opposition to raising taxes on the wealthy would make him vulnerable to credible opposition in a primary for a third term. My God, they are on their knees praying to Jesus Christ and Amaron, like my people say, for an opposition lefty here. The survey was done for the left-leaning Connecticut for All. It comes as the governor is trying to ease tension with liberals through a soft campaign outreach. I wouldn't do it. I'd say, screw you. I'm the governor. You don't like it? Don't vote for me. He has a meeting scheduled tonight, Wednesday night, at the governor's residence with chairs of urban Democratic town committees. So you see what's happening here. The urban Democratic town committees, you know what that means? Bridgeport, Hartford, New Haven. They are going to try and strong-arm the governor. Here's what's going to happen. At that meeting coming up tonight, if I'm reading this right again, there's a meeting set tonight, Wednesday night, at the executive residence with the chairs of urban Democratic town committees, which obviously means Bridgeport, Hartford, New Haven. So here's what's coming up. They will softly and maybe with some reserve and dignity say, hey, Governor, if you want us to support you, you got to raise taxes. You've got to sign a progressive housing bill, and, you know, you have to raise taxes, and you've got to sign idiotic bills. They're not going to say idiotic. I think it's a dumb bill. This rate's a 10 on the jackass scale of paying people who choose to go on strike. So make no mistake. They are trying to embarrass this guy into becoming a lefty. By slightly more than a 2-to-1 margin, likely voters in the primary say Governor Lamont should be nominated to a third term, a result consistent with, again, another recent survey by the University of New Hampshire's Survey Center. So this is driving the lefties and the Democratic Party nuts. The fact that some Republicans and even centrist and moderate independents and Democrats, they like Ned Lamont. But what to do? Because they're confused. So to try and nudge him, this is fascinating, folks. To try and nudge him left, they do this bogus survey. Now, I get it. It's in a blue state, and they do this survey, and they leak it to some media people, including the Connecticut Mirror, which is left-leaning, and saying, oh, boy, if Ned doesn't go further left, he's vulnerable. The difference is the new poll tests the strength of Lamont's support and concludes it crumbles with a push. A critical statement that asserts, among other things, quote, Governor Lamont has already served 2 terms, and he is out of step with where Connecticut needs to go in the future. They want you to, I agree with that, I don't agree with that. You see what's happening here. This poll is a hue and cry, is a sobbing retort to the governor. Please raise taxes on normal people. Please sign jackass-like idiotic bills to pay strikers because the union wants it. Please strip away suburban towns' control over their housing. This is fascinating, folks. You have a guy here who's well above 50% for re-election here, but the lefties in his party are screaming. They are in full tribal scream mode here because they don't know what to do. The worst thing for the modern Democratic Party now, especially in Connecticut, is a moderate. They don't want moderates. They bitch and moan about MAGA all the time. Well, where are your grandfather's Republicans? Well, where are your grandfather's Democrats? Now, with that question, 61% to 27% split in favor of a third term. It's turned upside down with 52% opposed. So you see what's happening here. You see what's happening. This is a push poll. What these left-wing groups in the state are trying to do, and the unions, the labor unions are behind this too. They're trying to poison the water for Democratic voters. They know they're not going to get more than 8 or 10% of Republicans. They know that, as far as independence, they don't stake their case there. But they're trying to. They have a Democrat who has between low 50s and low 60% support, yet they're trying to kick this guy to the curb. It's mind-numbing. And then they get the results they want, and you can do this because it's a push poll, and push poll questions are worded very carefully to get the maximum effect. The poll is the most public piece of a nascent campaign to nudge Lamont away from a third term. Make him retire or move more to the left. Don't do it, Governor. Listen, would I prefer a Republican win? Yeah. Don't let them bully you here. Here's a wild quote. The data here is clear. So long as Lamont maintains positions on important policy questions that are in opposition to nearly the entire Democratic Party, he'll be vulnerable to a challenge from a credible opposition. Well, what's credible? If somebody is further left than him, well, guess what? It's not credible because most of the people in this state are not left-wing kooks. Man, how about this? So here's my question to you. Is this going to work? Is Governor Lamont going to, and this is fascinating for me to watch, here is a guy who probably had some polling results from a couple of weeks ago, Morning Consult, slid across his desk. Hey, Governor, good morning. Here are some poll results here. You're at 63%. Even if this is wildly inaccurate by the stated margin of error, you're still at 57%. So imagine being Governor Ned Lamont. You're between the low to mid-50s to the upper 50s in approval rating, and your party's trying to kneecap you. They're trying to whack you politically, not literally. But they're going full Tony Soprano on you. They're going full Paulie Walnuts. They're going full Johnny Sack. Big Pussy. Phil Leotardo. You know what I'm talking about, if you know what I'm talking about. Oh, my God. This is nuts. So here's the question. Think about that. Does the governor push back on that? Does he say, hey, if I run, I'm going to maintain the policies that I've maintained and we're going to do things my way? Or, here's the question. Is he going to be forced to move left? Is he going to be scared into moving left? Is Ned Lamont, even though he's well above 50%, support-wise, are the state Democrats going to turn their guns politically, rhetorically, of course, not real firearms, but are they going to turn their rhetorical fire on him so much that he is going to have to, if he's going to run and if he wants to win, is he going to have to turn into a psychotic left-wing Democrat, or will he maintain his footing as pretty much a centrist that's driven him to the point he has now? 203-333-9422, 333, talk or text, WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Parkway southbound construction exit 46 going through 44. Left lane is out. And on the Upper Merritt northbound construction exit 49 going to exit 51. On the Wilbur Cross north and southbound construction between Route 34 and exit 60 in Hampton. Stay left to get around it all. 91 northbound, the construction starts at exit 15. And Route 8 northbound, it starts at exit 18. Left lane is out. Traffic report is powered by Brown Roofing. Brown Roofing is Fairfield County's premier roofing replacement, repair, and gutter contractor. Contact Brown Roofing today at brownroofing600.com. Brown won't let you down. I'm Edge Krause with WICC Traffic.
Partly cloudy and mild this evening and overnight with a low of 70. Sunny and hot tomorrow with a high near 90. Friday, sunny and hot with a high in the low to mid-90s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
I don't mean to scare you, but a tree could be hiding damage that you simply can't see. Hey, Melissa Sheketoff here, and we had one tree in particular that was directly in front of my son's bedroom. At K&J, they have licensed arborists on staff who will do everything they can to save a tree. Like that tree I just mentioned in front of Chase's bedroom. It didn't need to come down entirely, but the parts that were problematic, those were removed immediately. Book online at kjtreeservice.com or text 203-248-TREE.
If there's one thing we'd all like to learn, it's how to make our retirement more predictable. You need to make your money last in retirement. And David Gagnon of First Financial Planners can tell you how to do just that.
Comes down to education. Knowledge is power. In this situation, when people get to that point, they understand what they're doing and they get to enjoy their retirement stress-free.
Tune in for Mastering Your Wealth, Saturday mornings at 8, here on WICC 600.
This is an ad by BetterHelp. Did you know that workplace stress is now one of the top causes of declining mental health? In fact, 61% of the global workforce is experiencing higher than normal levels of stress. You can't just wave goodbye to work, but taking small steps for your wellness can yield big results. Hit play on your favorite podcast or song, sit in the sun, or take a walk daily. Even 5 minutes away from your screen can make all the difference. And while holidays are nice, they aren't a long-term solution. Don't forget that therapy can be ongoing and can help you build resilience to handle the unexpected challenges that the workday or any day can bring. Finding work-life balance can be hard. Getting the help you deserve? That should be easy. Unwind from work with BetterHelp. Visit BetterHelp.com/ABC Radio for 10% off your first month. That's BetterHelp, HELP.com/ABC Radio.
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Your sweet tooth is about to get more expensive, as Deborah Rodriguez reports.
Hershey's milk chocolate with whole almonds.
Hershey says it's raising chocolate prices by double digits because of an unprecedented surge in cocoa costs. The Pennsylvania-based company, which makes candy bars, chocolate kisses, and Reese's peanut butter cups, traces the issue to supply problems in Ghana and the Ivory Coast, which are struggling with weather and disease, wilting their crops. West Africa produces about 70% of cocoa beans used by manufacturers around the world. Hershey says price increases will vary from the low teens to 20%, but most candies will still cost $4 or less. Deborah Rodriguez, CBS News.
The Department of Health and Human Services said today it will end the use of a vaccine ingredient long targeted by conspiracy theorists over debunked claims it causes autism. Thimerosal is a preservative rarely used anymore. I'm Cammie McCormick, CBS News.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
Several members of the Bridgeport Police Department have filed complaints against Police Chief Roderick Porter, alleging him of discriminatory punishment and promotional decisions. The officers filing the complaints are white, and the attorney representing them, Dan Angelone, says his clients allege that Porter has been discriminating against them based on their race in terms of discipline and advancement opportunities. Porter said that he defends every decision he makes and said that he is aware of the concerns raised by the officers and that he welcomes a transparent review. Bridgeport City Councilor Alfredo Castillo received the support of his district representatives on the Bridgeport Democratic Town Committee as he seeks re-election. Castillo is currently facing close to 24 criminal charges for election violations. Castillo was first elected to the city council in 2013. He was arrested in June of 2024 and in February of 2025 for alleged misuse of absentee ballots in the 2019 and 2023 mayoral elections, in which he backed incumbent Democratic Mayor Joe Ganim. Castillo has pleaded not guilty to all of the charges and will next appear in court on August 13th. A 65-year-old woman who killed her newborn baby in Greenwich in 1986 has been sentenced to 5 years of probation. Yanita Phillips of Florida was charged with murder in 2021 after new DNA testing linked her to the baby's death. The child's body was found dead from strangulation in a garbage truck after it had emptied a dumpster from a Greenwich apartment building where Phillips lived. Phillips moved to Florida shortly after the child was killed in May of 1986 and has lived there ever since. A Wilton man is accused of stabbing 2 people at a Massachusetts campground. Police say 47-year-old Jeffrey DeLuca stabbed the adult male victims during an unprovoked attack at the Mount Greylock campsite in Lanesboro, Massachusetts. The alleged incident last Friday night happened in front of several children. The 2 victims were treated and released from the hospital. DeLuca is charged with armed assault to murder and other offenses. Stanford Superintendent of Schools Dr. Tamu Lucero was recently voted to remain in her role for the upcoming school year. Lucero had recently announced that she would be leaving the district at the end of the 2025-2026 school year to take a job in Africa. The Stanford Board of Education has decided to keep Lucero in place until then, but that decision has been met with criticism. Stanford Education Association President John Corcoran believes that the many changes coming to the district, including the controversial block schedule change, should be on hold until a new superintendent is in place.
I don't know why you wouldn't wait for the new superintendent and say, hey, let's take a look at this. Let's see what we want to do. Maybe there's a better way.
A meeting is taking place in Fairfield today to decide who will fill the role of First Selectman Bill Gerber following his death after a brain cancer diagnosis. Governor Ned Lamont offered these words of tribute.
He knew what he cared for. He cared for you, cared for the people of Fairfield, and we're going to miss him every day.
The town charter states that a replacement First Selectman must be from the same party and are chosen by the remaining board members. Democratic acting First Selectwoman Christine Vitale and Republican Selectwoman Brenda Kupchik have until August 15th to make the decision. There will be a celebration of life this Friday in honor of Gerber at Sacred Heart University's Martiri Family Arena. All Fairfield residents, friends, and colleagues are invited to attend. First District Democratic Congressman John Larson says that former Hartford Mayor Luke Bronin met him for coffee last week and asked him not to run for re-election. The 77-year-old Larson says he started to laugh at Bronin's request, thinking he may have been joking. Bronin was serious, and Larson says he delivered a blunt response that he will be running for re-election next year. Bronin says he hopes Larson might consider allowing this to be the time to pass the baton so new voices can be heard. Larson has held the Hartford area seat since 1999. And a new report from the advocacy group Connecticut Voices for Children found that Connecticut continues to lag behind the national average on wage gaps and income inequality. Since the COVID pandemic, Connecticut workers have not seen their wages rise on an increase that meets the national average, while the state's highest earners have seen their income go up substantially. The report found that on average, high-wage workers earn $66 per hour more than low-wage workers. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Parkway southbound construction exit 46 going through 44. Left lane is out. And on the Upper Merritt northbound construction exit 49 going to exit 51. On the Wilbur Cross north and southbound construction between Route 34 and exit 60 in Hampton. Stay left to get around it all. 91 northbound, the construction starts at exit 15. And Route 8 northbound, it starts at exit 18. Left lane is out. I'm Andrew Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, partly cloudy and mild, below near 70. Sunny and hot tomorrow with a high of 90. Friday, sunny and hot with a high in the low to mid-90s. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
If Fairfield is talking about it, so is Paul. Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
So the buzz now, or the big question is, will Governor Ned Lamont, if he runs again, and we're supposed to find out about this, he says, within the next couple of weeks, if his Nedness, if the Nedster is going to run again, is he going to move left? Because apparently now there's an organization that commissioned a push poll. What a push poll is, like I said, they're not simple questions. They're not yes or no questions in the traditional sense of do you favor A versus B or this person versus that person. What these questions are to elicit anger, to elicit a little bit of confusion in the people you're talking to, and to say, well, hey, maybe I'll vote against this guy. So apparently the progressives in Connecticut, they failed on round one here when they had Saud Anwar say things. They had Representative Gauthier say things out in the eastern part of the state. They have had a bunch of other folks, Josh Elliott, saying things about the governor, and apparently that hasn't worked. Because a recent survey came out giving the governor 63%. So now, 63% popularity. So now they're going to push polling. And you may get a call on this. They only have to poll a few hundred people. But you may say, honey, I got a weird call today from somebody talking about Governor Ned Lamont. What'd they say, honey? Well, it was weird questions. Here's an example of a push polling question or two that got 90% support from Connecticut Democrats. So this tells you how whacked out the state Democratic Party has become, even from the days of Ella Grasso and Bill O'Neill and the Democrats that were, battling John Rowland and Jody Rell. Here's one thing the state Democrats agree with. Quote, and I'm not making this up. This is in the Connecticut Mirror. Quote, Connecticut should follow states like Massachusetts and New Jersey and enact a modest tax on millionaires to pay for investments in education and affordable housing. Now, obviously, most Democrats are going to say yes to that. I wouldn't. I'd say screw you. But that's me, because that's lazy politics. Oh, we're going to invest in education. Connecticut spends the fourth highest amount of money per student in America. How are our test scores doing? How have we, with every cent that the state of Connecticut has spent over the last, 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60 years, 6 decades, 3 generations, what's getting better? Have we figured out it's not money yet? Have we figured out it's how kids are brought up? Have we figured out it's family units? But again, the old, tired, ridiculous, progressive arguments, we're not spending enough money. Connecticut spends over $25,000 every year per every student on education. If we can get test scores up to at least a passing grade, it ain't the money. It's not. It's just not. Because I'm telling you, if you increase that now, $5,000 a year, nothing's going to change. Because like I say, nothing in Connecticut ever does change. We have the same problems with poverty, lousy education scores, and urban violence that we've had since the freaking 1960s. And the only answer we ever hear is tax the rich people, tax the rich people. If I'm a member of the rich people, I say, screw you. Clean up your own house. Here's another push poll question here, a statement. In order to make the types of investments we need, now that's a buzzword, investments. Because investments is like, well, yeah, you're going to ask me for money, it's okay because it's it's an investment. In order to make the types of investments we need in housing, schools, healthcare, and other areas, Connecticut needs to be open to raising taxes on millionaires and wealthy corporations. Do you know the top 5% in this country pay 42% of all the taxes? Do you know that? Do you know that? Everybody can see these numbers. But why is it the same old one-note samba every year, every 2 years, every 4 years? The rich, the rich, the rich. It is mind-numbing. I'm not saying I have all the answers here. But you have progressive Democrats in this state trying to kneecap, take out at the knees, politically whack a pretty decent governor. He's not perfect, but he has some cross-party popularity here. Who knows how he'll fare against, I don't know, Jen Tooker or Aaron Stewart or Ryan Fazio. But it's this, and I know they try to do it in a push poll. It's the same old, lame, tax the rich, tax millionaires, the rich and the millionaires, and the more fortunate. What makes you think, as a Connecticut taxpayer, in the year 2025, on July 23rd, what makes you think if we tax every multimillionaire in Connecticut, especially in Lower Fairfield County, 10 times over, and got a huge amount of money, you think that's going to make a difference? Honestly, how many tens and hundreds of billions of dollars have we tried on the same old tired problems every single year for the past 60 years in this state? And I'm just going to ask you, you tell me, what's improved? What problem have we solved?
Selling your home is a numbers game. The more potential buyers who see it, the greater the opportunity to sell. And when your home is listed on Smart MLS, more than 21,000 realtors see it, and so do all their buyers. Suddenly, the number of people looking at your home starts to grow by a lot. More realtors sharing your listing, more people seeing your home, more offers coming in, and maybe even more cash in your pocket. Smart move, right? Ask your realtor, is my house on Smart MLS? Smart MLS, the smart way to sell your home.
If you're looking for a great price on Falcon tires, there's only one place to go, Town Fair Tire, where you always get the guaranteed lowest price on Falcon tires. But it doesn't end there, because Town Fair Tire gives you free services for the life of your Falcon tires. More free services than any other tire dealer. That's why we say nobody beats a Town Fair Tire deal, and I mean nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Chronic migraine, 15 or more headache days a month, each lasting 4 hours or more, can make me feel like a spectator in my own life.
Botox, onabotulinum toxin A, prevents headaches in adults with chronic migraine. It's not for those with 14 or fewer headache days a month. It's the #1 prescribed branded chronic migraine preventive treatment.
Prescription Botox is injected by your doctor. Effects of Botox may spread hours to weeks after injection, causing serious symptoms. Alert your doctor right away, as difficulty swallowing, speaking, breathing, eye problems, or muscle weakness can be signs of a life-threatening condition. Patients with these conditions before injection are at highest risk. Side effects may include allergic reactions, neck and injection site pain, fatigue, and headache. Allergic reactions can include rash, welts, asthma symptoms, and dizziness. Don't receive Botox if there's a skin infection. Tell your doctor your medical history, muscle or nerve conditions, including ALS, Lou Gehrig's disease, myasthenia gravis, or Lambert-Eaton syndrome, and medications, including botulinum toxins, as these may increase the risk of serious side effects.
Why wait? Ask your doctor, visit BotoxChronicMigraine.com, or call 1-800-44-BOTOX to learn more.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
Parkway southbound construction exit 46 going through 44. Left lane is out. And on the Upper Merritt northbound construction exit 49 going to exit 51. On the Wilbur Cross north and southbound construction between Route 34 and exit 60 in Hampton. Stay left to get around it all. 91 northbound, the construction starts at exit 15. And Route 8 northbound, it starts at exit 18. Left lane is out. I'm Andrew Krause with WICC Traffic.
Partly cloudy and mild this evening and overnight with a low of 70. Sunny and hot tomorrow with a high near 90. Friday, sunny and hot with a high in the low to mid-90s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
And you think you've got opinions. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on the voice of Connecticut, WICC 600 and 95.9.
Not that my opinions are worth more than yours. We discuss them from all angles here, but come on. Every so often you see something and you have to say, really? And today's really is the fact that, according to the Connecticut Mirror, who saw some of these poll numbers, it's not a real legitimate poll. It's a push poll that was done by a progressive group pretty much trying to wake up or stimulate or get the left wing of the party going here in the state against Governor Ned Lamont, because they're in a conundrum. The progressives in the state are just just apoplectic that Ned Lamont has somewhere between about a 53 and 63% approval rating. It's probably in the mid to upper 50s, but that's a blowout. If he ran today against any Republican, he probably wins in a blowout. And the Republicans will be disappointed, as well they should be. But the left wing of the Democratic Party, their heads are cracking over this because Ned Lamont won't raise taxes. Before we go to the phones, James in West Haven, hang on. The Connecticut Mirror actually went ahead and posted a lot from this survey as an illustration of how the real progressives in this state are trying to generate anger at the governor. Here's one of the questions from that push poll. Quote, Connecticut should follow states like Massachusetts and New Jersey and enact a modest tax on millionaires to pay for investments in education and affordable housing. Well, number one, a modest tax is only modest if you're not paying it. Oh, it's just a modest tax. No. A tax is a tax. It's not like, well, he had a mild heart attack. It's still a heart attack. Okay? Let's not go with the euphemisms here. A strip joint's a strip joint. It's not a gentleman's club because they roll out a tray of dried out Swedish meatballs. All right? A used car is a used car. It's not previously owned. It's not previously driven. Here's another one they put in that survey. Quote, in order to make the types of investments, there it is again, we need in housing, schools, healthcare, and other critical areas, Connecticut needs to be open to raising taxes on millionaires and wealthy corporations. Well, let me ask you something. What about the past 60 years we've been doing that? Again, does anything ever get fixed in Connecticut with more money? It's a simple question. It's just a simple question. I'm only asking folks here at 10 of 3. But again, I'm going to buy the popcorn, the peanuts, the peanut brittle, the pork rinds, and watch this develop here. So open the phones today at 333-9422, 333-WICC. Talk or text. Send text messages to that same number. James in West Haven kicks us off. James, how are you?
I'm okay. How you doing?
I'm good, James. What's up?
Usually when I call your station, and I'm sure you've heard from me before. And usually when I call your station, I'm angry.
Okay.
And I am angry today too, but I'm not calling angry.
Okay.
I just want to ask you a couple of questions.
Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
I'm glad that Connecticut's a blue state.
Okay.
And my thing is this. What have Republicans ever done to help anybody?
You're talking here in Connecticut or nationally?
In Connecticut and national.
Well, let's talk about Connecticut, James. Here's the problem. The Republicans have not controlled anything in Hartford. Now, the GOP does submit budgets. They submit education ideas. They submit ideas on lowering taxes and lowering electric bills for folks like you and me. But because they have never controlled the majority in either the House or Senate, those bills go nowhere. Because the state Senate president, whomever that is, and the state House Speaker, because they are Democrats, they don't even schedule debate on those bills. So the bills are essentially, James, dead before the ink is dry on the paper.
Well, let me ask you something on a whole.
Okay.
I'm 61. Hey, listen, I'm 61 years old.
Okay.
I'm a black man.
Okay.
And my thing is this. Since I've been alive, I've never seen Republicans do anything to help anybody. Why is that?
Well, what is help in your mind?
As far as their policies.
Okay.
What I'm saying is, okay, I'll put it like this. Donald Trump is the president.
Okay.
He's a Republican.
Yeah.
And I looked at a list of the best and worst presidents.
Okay.
The list goes like this, and I'm not going to go down the list because I don't have time.
All right.
Abraham Lincoln was the first. He's the best president.
Okay.
George Washington was the second best president. The lower three, and I would have put Donald Trump as the worst.
Okay.
But he's not the worst. It's Andrew Johnson, Buchanan, and then there's Trump.
Okay.
He's the third worst president.
All right. So you're not a Trump. So we're not a Trump. You're not a Trump fan. Well. Let me say something, James. What have Republicans ever done? Well, the Republican Party, as far as percentage goes, the Republican Party actually led the push in Congress for civil rights laws. Most of the votes against the civil rights, most of the civil rights laws in this country were opposed by Ku Klux Klan Democrats years ago.
See, Republicans always do that. You know it changed in the 60s.
Oh, but James, you asked me, what has the Republican Party ever done, right? Well, I'm telling you, one of the things they did. And the reason, right, James, it did change is because the racist Democrats said, well, F those Republicans, we're going to go infect their party.
Hey, miss me with that. I'm not stupid.
Okay, well, so, I'm just telling you history, man. It's in the books. It's in the books. It's in the books. It's in the books.
I'm not stupid.
Yeah, okay.
We all know what.
Okay. Well, let me ask you something then. Do Democrats ever come out and say, "Hey, we're going to clamp down on the border because illegal labor depresses wages for blacks and Hispanic people"? Do the Democrats ever say that?
I don't know whether they do that. I don't believe that.
You don't believe what?
And that's like Donald Trump with the black jobs. Like black people can go pick fruit.
Well, nobody said. Well, James, let me ask you then. And easily, you can find these numbers too. Why did Donald Trump do the best of any Republican president since Richard Nixon in 1960? What happened there?
He's the third worst president in the United States.
Okay. Do you think that the Democratic Party just panders to black people and takes their votes for granted and never really helps their lives?
No, I don't. But at least the Democratic Party, at least with the Democratic Party, black people have a chance. With the Republican Party, we have no chance.
So there are a lot of black elected Republicans around the country. You know that, right?
That's something that's skewed by Republicans. I don't believe that. Because nobody I know believes that.
All right. Well, listen. Black. Okay. Listen, James, we're going to agree to disagree here. I thank you for the call. 203-333-9422. 333-WICC. Listen, James is not a Donald Trump fan. God bless him. It's a beauty of America. But again, I ask the simple question, why? Now, again, that support may crater away, but why did Donald Trump do better than any Republican candidate since Richard Nixon way back in 1960? 65 years ago with black and Hispanic voters. You know why? Because the Democratic Party doesn't care about black and Hispanic people. They talk a good game, but they don't care. And yes, if you go back in the history books, I know some people don't like to hear it. Civil rights legislation passed with far more Republican votes than it did with Democratic votes. And yes, James is right. There was a shift after that when the racist Ku Klux Klan loving Democrats said, we're going to bury this Republican Party in the South. If it's the last thing we do, it's in the history books. Traffic and weather together right here on WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Parkway southbound construction exit 46 going through 44. Left lane is out. And on the Upper Merritt northbound construction exit 49 going to exit 51. On the Wilbur Cross, north and southbound construction between Route 34 and exit 60 in Hampton. Stay left to get around it all. 91 northbound, the construction starts at exit 15. And Route 8 northbound, it starts at exit 18. Left lane is out. I'm Andrew Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, partly cloudy and mild, below near 70. Sunny and hot tomorrow with a high of 90. Friday, sunny and hot with a high in the low to mid 90s. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
Discover the finest flooring in Southern Connecticut at Courtesy Carpet. With over 50 years experience, from intricate area rugs and durable vinyl to elegant stair runners, they have it all. Shop anywhere, but see them before you buy. Visit L&J and their team on Route 111 in Monroe or at courtesycarpet.com. Financing is available, so you can get the floors you love today. Trust the experts in quality flooring, because at Courtesy Carpet, your satisfaction is their courtesy.
ZipRecruiter is the place. ZipRecruiter is the place for talented teachers, savvy software developers, and master mixologists. ZipRecruiter is the place where you meet all these people and more. That's because ZipRecruiter is the place for job seekers who are looking for new opportunities. In fact, ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day, so you can find the right candidates right away. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Back to the news and talk, thanks to Smart MLS. Smart sellers ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut, WICC's 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli.
And, for the record, if some Republicans does something dumb, I call them out on it, too. In fact, that's what I hear most from people who like the show, saying, hey, you're not a solid red guy, and I'm not. Stupid is stupid. And you know what? In the end, we're all going to die. So blind loyalty to one party or the other, whether it's D or R, doesn't make any sense. Think critically here. But back to my original posit here. We've had problems in one of the richest states on the planet, in the state of Connecticut, since the 60s, that still haven't gone away. Poverty, some lousy test scores, income inequality, and taxing millionaires. The Democratic says, oh, we'll fix it. We'll just tax millionaires. You haven't done that before? Come on. I'm not saying I know the answer to this stuff. Lord knows I'm a dummy when it comes up to this stuff. But don't give me the raise taxes again.
WICC Bridgeport, WFOX Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Cammie McCormick. Brian Kohberger was sentenced today for the murder of 4 University of Idaho students 3 years ago. He pleaded guilty to avoid the death penalty. At the hearing, relatives and friends of the victims struggled to contain their grief and anger in addressing him.
I'm shaking because I want to reach out to you, but I hope you feel my energy, okay? Go to hell.
Randy Davis's daughter Zanna was killed.
I know people believe in other stuff. You're evil. There's no place for you in heaven. You took our children. You are gonna suffer, man.
Kohberger remained silent during the hearing. He has never said why he killed the students. At the White House a short time ago, Director of National Intelligence Tulsi Gabbard made a surprise appearance in the briefing room to talk about a newly declassified report, which she claims undercuts the finding that Russia interfered in the 2016 election. And she lashed out at members of the Obama administration.
They manufactured findings from shoddy sources. They suppressed evidence and credible intelligence that disproved their false claims. They disobeyed traditional tradecraft intelligence community standards and withheld the truth from the American people.
More than 100 charity and human rights groups say Israel's blockade and military offensive are pushing Palestinians in Gaza towards starvation. Amand Bazarol of Doctors Without Borders.
They're giving up. They're really giving up. There's nothing. They cannot feed their children. They see their children dying and getting sick every day.
The number of people missing from the deadly flooding in Texas is down to 2.
The body of a woman was found near hard-hit Kerrville, raising the death toll to 135. That leaves a man and a girl from Camp Mystic still missing. 12 bodies have been recovered on Ricky Ray Robertson's property along the Guadalupe River.
There were 4 children and the rest were adults.
He and a local artist have erected wooden crosses for each of them.
They're not just crosses, they're faces of husbands, wives, fathers, mothers, brothers, sisters, children.
Robertson hopes the families can start healing.
Let them know we'll never forget them either.
Michael Wallace, CBS News.
The UN's top court said today that countries harmed by climate change could be entitled to reparations.
The consequences of climate change are severe and far-reaching. They affect both natural ecosystems and human populations.
The court's non-binding opinion is a potential turning point in international climate law. On Wall Street, stocks have been higher all day. The Dow currently up 461 points. This is CBS News.
Sponsored by Progressive Insurance. We offer auto, home, and commercial auto insurance, plus a variety of business insurance options. Visit Progressive.com today.
Let's face it, nothing makes you look older than you really are than thinning hair. But what if you could not only increase your hair count, but promote new hair growth without surgery, without drugs with potential side effects, and without a prescription from your doctor? Well, now you can, thanks to a breakthrough new supplement called Hair Grow, provided by New Nordic, the #1 supplier of dietary supplements in Europe. Hair Grow is now available in the U.S. Only Hair Grow contains Tocogaya, a powerful antioxidant that has received a U.S. patent. Multiple clinical studies show Hair Grow is safe and effective in promoting new hair growth. In one study, 95% of the patients using Hair Grow saw increased hair count. Don't lose more time and more hair. Try Hair Grow today to feel and look your best. Available online at Amazon, Walmart.com, and NewNordicUSA.com, or in stores at your local CVS. Look younger and feel more confident with Hair Grow by New Nordic at NewNordicUSA.com, or in stores at your local CVS.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
Bridgeport City Councilor Alfredo Castillo received the support of his district representatives on the Bridgeport Democratic Town Committee as he seeks re-election. Castillo is currently facing close to 24 criminal charges for election violations. Castillo was first elected to the city council in 2013. He was arrested in June of 2024 and in February of 2025 for alleged misuse of absentee ballots in the 2019 and 2023 mayoral elections, in which he backed incumbent Democratic Mayor Joe Ganim. Castillo has pleaded not guilty to all of the charges and will next appear in court on August 13th. Several members of the Bridgeport Police Department have filed complaints against Police Chief Roderick Porter, alleging him of discriminatory punishment and promotional decisions. The officers filing the complaints are white, and the attorney representing them, Dan Angelone, says his clients allege that Porter has been discriminating against them based on their race in terms of discipline and advancement opportunities. Porter said that he defends every decision he makes and said he is aware of the concerns raised by the officers and that he welcomes a transparent review. A federal judge is ordering a Bridgeport man to spend 8 years in prison for drug distribution and illegal gun possession. Prosecutors say 32-year-old Eric Herman was linked to a pair of deadly drug overdoses in Bridgeport in 2022. He was arrested in September of that year, and at the time, he was accused of being in possession of crack cocaine and an untraceable ghost gun. Herman has been detained since his arrest, and the time served will count towards his 8-year sentence. Stanford Superintendent of Schools, Dr. Tamu Lucero, was recently voted to remain in her role for the upcoming school year. Lucero had recently announced she would be leaving the district at the end of the 2025-2026 school year to take a job in Africa. The Stanford Board of Education has decided to keep Lucero in place until then, but that decision has been met with criticism. Stanford Education Association President John Corcoran believes that the many changes coming to the district, including the controversial block schedule change, should be on hold until a new superintendent is in place.
I don't know why you wouldn't wait for the new superintendent and say, hey,
let's take a look at this. Let's see what we want to do. Maybe there's a better way.
And a new traffic pattern is in place at Tweed New Haven Regional Airport that officials believe will ease congestion. The huge growth of air travel at Tweed in the last few years has also created traffic headaches for passengers and for nearby residents. A roundabout has been created for arriving traffic that Mayor Justin Elliker says will enhance safety at the airport and in the surrounding neighborhood. Officials believe the new patterns will reduce traffic on Fort Hale Road by around 30%. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound, over 45 minutes from Stamford through Fairfield. The Parkway overall is a little bit easier. On the Wilbur Cross, north and southbound, residual delays, Woodbridge and Hampton from earlier road work. And on Route 8, northbound side, you have residual delays in Seymour, also because of earlier work that's been cleared. Traffic report is powered by Abriel, the Parkview Funeral Home, a trusted pillar of compassion in our community. Secure your peace of mind with a free pre-planning consultation at Abriel.com. Your peace of mind starts here. And that's Krause with WICC traffic.
Partly cloudy and mild this evening and overnight with a low of 70. Sunny and hot tomorrow with a high near 90. Friday, sunny and hot with a high in the low to mid-90s. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All right, 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. You know, the call in exchange I just had with James of West Haven it reminds me I should mention this to people. And Dave and Brantford, hang on, of course, Dave, we'll get to you momentarily. I hear this question a lot from people that I just heard from James a few minutes ago. Well, especially when it comes to Connecticut. Well, what are the Republican ideas on electric bills, and what are the Republican ideas on taxes and making things better for low-income people in the state? Well, there are plenty of ideas. And I'm not just necessarily directing this to James, but I'm glad he brought that up because I hear that a lot. And a lot of people don't understand, and I don't mean that in an arrogant, pedantic way, but the powers of incumbency in Hartford are designed to crush the opposition. And when I mean opposition, not so much opposition on a power grab, but even opposition who may say, hey, I think we have a better idea on how to do this. Right now, the current makeup of the state Senate is 25-11 Democrat or Republican. Okay, that's what the Democrats won. I'm not arguing against that. And I think it's 99-52 in the House or 100-51 or whatever. Or one other seat. Either way, I forget the number off the tip of my tongue because of some special elections. So let's just say that the majority Democrats in Hartford control both chambers by a 2-1 margin. All right, you say, well, okay, yeah, and well, here is how it works in Hartford and in most other states and even in Congress in D.C. If you control the chamber, whether it's by 1 seat or 50 or 60 seats, you also control the committees and you also control the leadership to the point of you can, whether it's a Democrat or Republican, but it's Democrats in Hartford, even if Democrats may take a look at a Republican bill and say, hey, you know, this kind of makes sense, I might be on board, but you have to understand something. Even if there are some Democrats in the House and Senate who may like an aspect of a Republican bill, it'll never see the light of day. Because the leadership of these committees and of the chambers, which is not underhanded, the leadership is the leadership. To the victor go the spoils, as we say. They will simply not bring up the bill. So you have to understand, when somebody introduces a bill, it goes through several stages. And very few bills even get to a hearing. You hear all the time, I talk about it, Melissa talks about it, Lisa talks about it. John and Chris talk about it on the download. A bill to blah, 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 blah had a public hearing today. Most bills don't even get to that far. And 99 times out of 100, if it is a bill from the Republican side of the aisle, it never gets there. It just doesn't. So for folks out there that say, well, where are the Republican ideas? They never get any consideration. I don't know how else to tell you that. They just don't. And if somebody in the Hartford Press Corps, for example, not so much toward Governor Lamont, because he can only sign or veto whatever gets to him, but if somebody in the Hartford Press Corps talks to Martin Looney from New Haven, the state senator, or Bob Duff from Norwalk, or Matt Ritter, the Democratic House Speaker, or Jason Rojas, the House Majority Leader. And if someone, and you do hear this sometimes, saying, Speaker Ritter or Senator Looney, the Republicans say they submitted a bill that would do this, that, and the other. What you usually get is, well, we don't consider that a serious proposal. And that's it. So, yes, I understand it. And to James's point, yeah, it's a sad situation. What have the Republicans done for Connecticut? Well, when you don't have control of what even gets discussed, we're not talking about passing a bill. You have to understand something. These Republican ideas in Hartford, they never even get discussed. It's not even to the point of, all right, let's see, we have this Republican bill number 553 that would allocate funding on a different basis to schools. Doesn't even get that far. It doesn't even get that far. I don't know what to tell people. I don't know what to tell people. I think the last time the Republicans in Connecticut had any purvey over how the process moved along in Hartford, there was 1 year during the Reagan years, this is how far back we have to go, in the state house, not the Senate. So if you don't have both chambers, it's useless. It's like they say, if you have 3 starting quarterbacks, you don't have one. It was in the 80s, and it was for 1-2 year cycle that the Republicans, by I think a vote or 2, control the House. But it just never happens now. And what happens is it leaves the Republican Party legislators to come on shows like mine and some shows in Hartford and some shows in New Haven to tell people, hey, hello, over here, we have some ideas, but they're not even considered. So you folks out there wondering, James was right. Where are the Republican ideas? Oh, they're there. Trust me. Even on the budget. Man, I wish the Republicans would submit a budget proposal. Maybe it'll help schools. Oh, they do. And do you know, and I've mentioned this to you before, do you know that when they discuss the budget in school in Hartford that talks about school funding and all that, do you know 99% of the times the Republicans, and this, I'm not saying this as a figure of speech here, there are no Republicans in the room. In the room. There are none. It's between the governor's office, the budget office, and the Democrats. So my only point on this is if anybody of either side is going to critique the blue state policies, understand something. Any policies you critique have had 0 input and 0 or maybe less than 0 influence from any Republicans in Hartford.
You listen to WICC for your favorite talk, but you also want to know what's happening around your neighborhood. We've heard you, and now you're getting more news on the Voice of Connecticut. Live and local news updates at the top and bottom of every hour. If it's happening in and around Fairfield County, we'll let you know about it first. All day, every day, even weekends too. The Voice of Connecticut, WICC 600 and 95.9.
Here at Stamford Health, expert care begins with a conversation where big innovations are helping the tiniest patients in our NICU. And mental health means community health. Here, we're collaborating with world-class partners like Columbia University Irving Medical Center, Dana-Farber Brigham Cancer Center, and HSS to redefine cardiac, neurological, cancer, and orthopedic care. From the everyday to the complex, Stamford Health. Care. It's different here.
It's never too early to start thinking about your future as you age. Where do you want to live? Would you like to remain in your home? Have you thought about changing care needs? MyPlaceCT.org connects you with resources that can help you make a plan to live how you want. If you're an older adult or person with a disability, you'll find information on services and supports. Find the help you need to plan for the future you want. Visit MyPlaceCT.org. That's MyPlaceCT.org.
You're listening to WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut, broadcasting from Cadillac of Greenwich Studios, CadillacofGreenwich.com.
At Abriola Parkview Funeral Home in Trumbull, we understand that planning for life's milestones is important. But what about planning for your funeral? While it may be difficult to consider, pre-planning can ease the burden on your loved ones during a challenging time. By planning now, you can ensure that your wishes are honored without leaving emotional or financial strain on your family. Visit Abriola.com to learn more about our compassionate pre-planning services. Plan today for peace of mind tomorrow.
You've been hit and you're hurt. You were in a crash and now you're also out of cash. You need someone by your side. You need George Ganem to help you through the injury and legal process. With decades of experience helping clients injured in an accident, George Ganem takes on the insurance companies to get you the settlement you deserve fast. George Ganem will fight for you. Call George at 203-713-8383 or GanemInjuryLawyers.com.
Introducing Cakes by Sonia, a scratch-made bakery in Stratford. Let owner and head baker Sonia turn your vision into a delicious, beautiful custom cake. Specializing in wedding, birthday, and anniversary cakes, a Cake by Sonia is like no other. Follow Cakes by Sonia on Instagram or come into the bakery at 2067 Barnum Ave in Stratford. For an amazing cake for your next event, it's Cakes by Sonia. 203-276-8880.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound over 45 minutes from Stamford through Fairfield. The Parkway overall is a little bit easier. On the Wilbur Cross, north-southbound residual delays, Woodbridge and Hampton from earlier road work. And on Route 8, northbound side, you have residual delays in Seymour, also because of earlier work that's been cleared. Traffic report is powered by Abriola Parkview Funeral Home, a trusted pillar of compassion in our community. Secure your peace of mind with a free pre-planning consultation at Abriola.com. Your peace of mind starts here. I'm Andrew Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, partly cloudy and mild, below near 70. Sunny and hot tomorrow with a high of 90. Friday, sunny and hot with a high in the low to mid-90s. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
Share your opinion. 203-333-9422. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on the voice of Connecticut. WICC 600 and 95.9.
90s, mid-90s, says Paul. Oh, I'm so ready for football season. Oh, yeah. And I'm looking to my beloved New York Jets to disappoint me again. We'll find new ways to disappoint me. Dave in Brantford's been hanging on for a while. Dave, thank you. How are you today?
Well, I'm doing all right. James was a little bit disturbing. There's a lot more tribalism. You know, his complaint, what have the Republicans done? And his answer was nothing. To me, that is the perfect government. The less they do, the happier I am. Government is a lot like Mother Nature and Darwinism.
Yeah.
That which deserves to survive does. And almost any change you make is for the worst. And so the less they do, probably, the better it is. A little thing on yesterday's show I would like to comment on the tolls and the user fees.
Yeah.
Everybody likes user fees. The ones who use it pay for it. And I'm thinking if we have highways, which benefit everyone, but the users, which are the automobile drivers, they should pay more. So we can, put money into rail and buses and airports.
Mm-hmm.
I'm thinking that if you're a progressive, that theory never works if you're a high-volume user of the public school system. I presently, I had my years. We had kids in public school, but we don't have any now.
Yeah.
And if you got 5 kids, I mean, I'm not saying you said $25,000 was the average price
in Connecticut. Yeah, in Connecticut, that's number 4 in the country. Yes.
So you got school kids, you ain't coming close to pulling your weight for the demands you're putting on the public sector. And on the millionaire tax, I want to talk about a sneaky thing that they do. Do I still have time to cover this?
Oh, sure. The floor is yours, Dave. The floor is yours.
A week ago,
yes.
About a week ago in the New Haven Register, Martin Looney wrote an editorial about 3 ways that we should be bringing in more money for the state.
Yeah.
And one of them was the property tax. Now, everybody thinks the property tax is the most regressive.
Yeah.
It hurts the poor people. And he came up, I'm in my 70s, I never heard this theory before, and believe me, it's a bad one. When we property tax you, and it is the month where we all send that check down to town hall.
July, yes,
We charge 70% of assessed valuation.
Yeah.
That's the amount that you're property taxed on. And so, incredibly, Martin Looney focused on the excused part of the bill, the 30% that is exempted from being property taxed.
Yep.
And his theory was, if you've got a $1 million house, you've got $300,000 worth of property value that is exempt from taxation. But if you're a poor guy and you've only got a $100,000 house, you only get a $30,000 property tax exemption. And he thought that was hugely unfair. That, why should the rich people? And what I'm thinking about is possible Mayor Mom Donnie wants to tax the white neighborhoods. A very politically inastute thing to say.
Yeah.
But Martin Looney, who's old and crafty, realizes he's saying the same thing, that those millionaire houses, they're getting away with 30% of assessed valuation not having tax paid on it. And, Paul, I got to say, charging everybody 70% of assessed valuation, what's more fair than that?
Well,
you would have to be a progressive to think, wow, this is a secret plot to screw poor people.
And you notice what he said. I think it was in that op-ed or another one, but he also said, did you see what he did with that proposed 1 3/4% surtax he wants to do on the 16,000, Dave? I don't know if you saw this. The 16,000
capital gains?
Rich, yes, on capital gains. And then he said we would take that money and then offer it to cities and towns for property tax relief. That's when I stopped laughing and picked myself up off the floor to read that.
Paul, we haven't done math in a while. Sometimes, liars figure and figures lie.
Yeah.
I think the surcharge on capital gains, it's a 3.9% tax. I think that's the number he presented in that editorial.
Yeah.
And he wants to raise that number
surcharge.
by 1.9. Yes, a surcharge at 1.9%, which sounds like, we're going to raise it 1.9%. Well, Paul, if you're raising the tax from 4% to 6%, I'm rounding it off.
Yeah.
That's a 50% increase in the tax rate. That's gigantic. And Looney lies to us by implying, it's only 1.9%. They're rich. They won't even feel it.
Dave, the bottom line, and Dave, thank you for the call. Thanks for holding on, my friend. I appreciate it. The bottom line is this, folks, and I don't care how you feel about this, really. I don't tell you how to vote. I give you my recommendations, but you vote on whoever you want to. If any other well, I shouldn't say that because there are some I've spoken to and I've read their policies. Let me just say this. There is a really good chance that if Ned Lamont doesn't run and he is replaced by a number of different Democrats after a primary, after the state Democratic convention in Hartford goes, whomever replaces Mr. Lamont, if he and Annie want to go, riding out into the sunset on some great white steed, any future Democratic taxation in this state will make Ned Lamont look like Ronald Reagan. Because now maybe I'll be fooled a little bit, but you just know with certain Democrats, if they become governor, that surcharge on high-income people, that surcharge on realized capital gain profits, whatever, that's all going to come. And it won't stop. And here's the thing. If I really thought it would make a difference, I would say, well, okay, listen, that person is duly elected by the people of Connecticut. Let's see what happens. Again, I revert back to my question from last hour. We have been taxing and spending and taxing and spending on top of the taxing and spending. And while we're at it, taxing and spending for decades, 3 generations, trying to eliminate pockets of poverty in this state. This ain't Texas. This is a solid blue state. Trying to increase the educational outcomes for young people of all races in this state. Trying to recover a manufacturing base in this state that has long gone. We've been trying this for what 6 decades, 3 generations? You tell me, how we doing?
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
95 northbound, over 45 minutes from Stanford through Fairfield. The Parkway overall is a little bit easier. On the Wilbur Cross, north and southbound residual delays, Woodbridge and Hampton from earlier road work. And on Route 8, northbound side, you have residual delays in Seymour, also because of earlier work that's been cleared. Traffic report is powered by Abriel, the Parkview Funeral Home, a trusted pillar of compassion in our community. Secure your peace of mind with a free pre-planning consultation at Abriel.com. Your peace of mind starts here. And then Krause with WICC traffic.
Partly cloudy and mild this evening and overnight with a low of 70. Sunny and hot tomorrow with a high near 90. Friday, sunny and hot with a high in the low to mid-90s. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
Selling your home is a numbers game. The more potential buyers who see it, the greater the opportunity to sell. And when your home is listed on Smart MLS, more than 21,000 realtors see it, and so do all their buyers. Suddenly, the number of people looking at your home starts to grow by a lot. More realtors sharing your listing, more people seeing your home, more offers coming in, and maybe even more cash in your pocket. Smart move, right? Ask your realtor, is my house on Smart MLS? Smart MLS, the smart way to sell your home.
This is your Optimum Beach Report. Expect very high UV levels with a max UV index of 10. Air quality will be fair with an AQI in the mid to high 40s, and it seems like great conditions for the beach or pool with a 2% chance of rain. Powered by Optimum Business.
Stay ahead of cyber threats with fast and secure fiber internet starting at $65 a month with 99.9% network reliability and speeds up to 8 gig. Visit Optimum.com/business or call 855-2-OPTIMUM today.
Progressive understands that bond between you and your boat. But imagine if something happened to it. Without the boat, you're just Tina with too much boat knowledge. Sure, it's helpful on the water, but with no boat, you're someone who talks way too much about knots, and no one cares what a jib is anyway. Boat Tina could get away with it because she has a boat. So make sure your boat is insured. Get Progressive, America's #1 boat insurer, and then go back to being you, Tina, who owns a boat. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. #1 rating based on boat market share data from ratefilings.com.
Shop the Sherwin-Williams July Summer Sale and get 30% off paints and stains July 18th through the 28th. With prices starting at $34.29, it's the perfect time to transform your space with color. Whether you're looking to revamp your interior or exterior, we have you covered with bold hues, soothing neutrals, and everything in between. Visit your neighborhood Sherwin-Williams store or shop the sale online. Delivery available on qualifying orders. Retail sales only. Some exclusions apply. See store for details.
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Ozzy Osbourne's hometown is in mourning today after the heavy metal superstar died at the age of 76. Vicky Barker has more.
Some of the fans laying flowers for Ozzy Osbourne in his native Birmingham, England, were at Black Sabbath's last gig July 5th, also in Birmingham, where it all began.
He wanted to be back home, didn't he? He wanted to come back home, I think. And he's left a legacy.
Even the Birmingham Police Force has paid tribute, saying it's named a police dog puppy after Ozzy and hoping he grows up to be a legend like his namesake. Vicky Barker, CBS News, London.
Teenagers are increasingly turning to AI for advice, emotional support, and decision-making, according to a new study. Common Sense Media found 70% of teens have used AI companions. Many say the interactions are as satisfying as talking to real friends, but experts are warning the trend could lead to poor social skills and mental health. I'm Cammie McCormick, CBS News.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
Police have identified the man whose body was recovered from the Housatonic River in Monroe as a 31-year-old town resident. The man's name is not being released by police at this time. Police say the man's body was recovered from the river near the base of Stevenson Dam. Police are trying to determine the circumstances that led to the man's death. A Wilton man is accused of stabbing two people at a Massachusetts campground. Police say 47-year-old Jeffrey DeLuca stabbed the adult male victims during an unprovoked attack at the Mount Greylock campsite in Lanesboro, Massachusetts. The alleged incident last Friday night happened in front of several children. The two victims were treated and released from the hospital. DeLuca is charged with armed assault to murder and other offenses. A 65-year-old woman who killed her newborn baby in Greenwich in 1986 has been sentenced to 5 years of probation. Yanita Phillips of Florida was charged with murder in 2021 after new DNA testing linked her to the baby's death. The child's body was found dead from strangulation in a garbage truck after it had emptied a dumpster from a Greenwich apartment building where Phillips lived. Phillips moved to Florida shortly after the child was killed in May of 1986 and has lived there ever since. An Afghan interpreter living and working in Connecticut has been detained by ICE agents in East Hartford. Senator Richard Blumenthal is only identifying the man as Zia over concerns about his safety and that of his family. The man is in the U.S. legally, and he was recently arrested at a routine appointment related to his green card application. In a conversation with WTNH-TV News 8, Blumenthal called his arrest a broken promise.
Great nation keeps its promises. We promised them we would bring them here. They would be safe. Zia thought he was safe.
Zia previously helped the U.S. military, and his lawyer, Lauren Peterson, also spoke with Channel 8 about the consequences he could face if sent back to Afghanistan.
He faces death. There's a certain threat to his life. He's already seen the Taliban's attempts to hurt his family, and they have harmed his family.
First District Congressman Democrat John Larson says former Hartford Mayor Luke Bronin met him for coffee last week and asked him not to run for re-election. The 77-year-old Larson said he started to laugh at Bronin's request, thinking he may have been joking. Bronin was serious, and Larson says he delivered a blunt response that he will be running for re-election next year. Bronin says he hopes Larson might consider allowing this to be the time to pass the baton so new voices can be heard. Larson has held the Hartford area seat since 1999. A new report from the advocacy group Connecticut Voices for Children found that Connecticut continues to lag behind the national average on wage gaps and income inequality. Since the COVID pandemic, Connecticut workers have not seen their wages rise on an increase that meets the national average, while the state's highest earners have seen their income go up substantially. The report found that on average, high-wage workers earn $66 per hour more than low-wage workers. And a meeting was scheduled to take place in Fairfield today to decide who will fill the role of First Selectman Bill Gerber following his death after a brain cancer diagnosis. Governor Ned Lamont offered these words of tribute.
He knew what he cared for you, cared for the people of Fairfield, and we're going to miss him every day.
The town charter states that a replacement First Selectman must be from the same party and are chosen by the remaining board members. Democratic acting First Selectwoman Christine Vitale and Republican Selectwoman Brenda Kupchik have until August 15th to make the decision. There will be a celebration of life this Friday in honor of Gerber at Sacred Heart University's Martiri Family Arena. All Fairfield residents, friends, and colleagues are invited to attend. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound, a solid hour, Greenwich through Fairfield. The lower Merritt is your best bet. New Haven, 95, busy but moving through Longworth, West Haven, and Milford. Wilbur Cross, north and southbound, bunched up a little bit going into the West Rock Tunnel. And 84 eastbound, just extra cars making their way through Newtown into exit 11. I'm Edge Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, partly cloudy and mild, below near 70. Sunny and hot tomorrow with a high of 90. Friday, sunny and hot with a high in the low to mid 90s. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
If Trumbull is talking about it, so is Paul. Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
I don't know about you and you out there. I think there's something going on with this Jeffrey Epstein case. Now, obviously, there's something going on. But I know a lot of people are saying, well, if there really was something there, wouldn't Mr. Obama have done something? Wouldn't you have seen something from Joe Biden? Not necessarily. I don't think so. Now, you may have a differing opinion on this, 203-333-9422. 333-WICC, because I did put up another question. I just want to get your temperature on this. Do you think there, and you can find this, of course, along with the question we asked earlier today about Governor Ned Lamont and policy, but go to facebook.com/voice of CT. Do you think there are any details in the Jeffrey Epstein files that are damaging to President Trump? Now, I use the word damaging because you can have details in there that aren't criminal, but you're like, he was hanging out with this guy. And then people, as they did with Bill Clinton, as they did with Prince Andrew, you kind of sit there and every human being makes his or her own conclusions on this. I can't get inside your head and finagle, as my mother used to say, finagle with that. I don't know. I think there's something there. And again, I know people are saying, well, why didn't Biden do anything? Why didn't Obama do anything? Well, because, again, I think there is, in stuff like this stuff, like assassination stuff, there's controversy now because they say Donald Trump declassified thousands of pages of the MLK assassination only to draw attention away from Epstein. Maybe. I don't discount anything. I'm not the kind of a guy doing these shows and saying, well, there's no way this could be. Now, there are some things. Me becoming the new center fielder of the New York Yankees, that's not going to happen. Maybe they'd put me in for one pitch and then that's it. You played. Come on out. But to me, this is just weird. Don't you get a weird feeling about this? And again, there's always been kind of a pop culture thing of, I don't know if Jeffrey Epstein killed himself. Well, for the sake of this argument on this show, yes, I believe he did. Could he have been prodded? Could they not have taken away the stuff in his cell that would have prevented that? I don't know. I'm not into this conspiracy stuff in general. I'm not necessarily saying this is a conspiracy, but I do honestly think, and you let me know what you think. Do you think there are any details in the Jeffrey Epstein files that are damaging to Mr. Trump, the Trump White House, maybe people he knows, and maybe other people too, that this goes back to my thinking of, well, maybe we had a gentleman's agreement on this. You know what I mean? Like, hey, let's just shake hands on this and we'll agree, right? You know what I mean? It's almost like when there are, and I hate to use this comparison, but you know what I mean. When a city is carved up among mob families, right? Where, both families, they usually meet. We've seen it portrayed, whether it's on The Sopranos or in the mob movies or in Goodfellas or in Casino or in all these made-for-TV series where you're like, all right, we're going to have a nice dinner now. We're going to decide, okay, you take this and we take that. You know what I mean? It's kind of like political territories. Like, we both operate independently of each other, the two major parties, but we know not to cross a line. You don't come to our part of town. We don't go to your part of town. Oofa. Everybody's happy, right? Salud, salud. Everything is good, right? And maybe that's what it was in these Jeffrey Epstein files. So why am I saying this? Two things kind of happened over the past couple of days. One yesterday, where I don't know whether you caught this. This, I think, happened after we, right during the show yesterday. It was deluged with stuff. The House Oversight Committee will subpoena They're going to subpoena Ghislaine Maxwell. So they want her to leave the slammer, leave the lockup, and she's going to testify? I don't know. Now, are they going to do that behind closed doors? One would think. But if not, can you imagine the TV numbers for that? The House Oversight Committee on Tuesday, without opposition, approved a motion directing the committee chair, Congressman James Comer, to issue a subpoena for Ghislaine Maxwell. Only 4 members, though, were present in the meeting to do this. Comer had, who was a Republican from Kentucky. You see James Comer. He's on the TV shows, the Sunday shows all the time. He had directed another Republican, Congressman Tim Burchett of Tennessee, to introduce the motion after Burchett requested that the committee subpoena her. The motion allows, quote, the committee to formally consider whether to proceed. A committee spokesperson said the committee will seek to subpoena Ms. Maxwell as expeditiously as possible. Better have somebody taste her food. I'm kidding. Since Ms. Maxwell is in federal prison, the committee will work with the Department of Justice and the Bureau of Prisons to ID a date when the committee can depose her. So there's one of two things here. Either the committee members here are working on behalf of the White House saying, hey, bring her in. We know what she knows, and she can put this all to bed. Or the committee is going to bring her in saying, hey, you know what? This is his second term. We got the big, beautiful bill through, right? We're looking at midterms next year. Mr. Trump isn't. Let's really find what's there. I mean, seriously. Because it's going to look good and bad for one side or the other. Ghislaine Maxwell serving a 20-year sentence in Florida after she was convicted of federal sex trafficking charges in 2021. She was accused of recruiting and grooming girls, which Epstein sexually abused. No comment or response from her lawyer and the Bureau of Prisons. So some Republican members of Congress may be working on behalf of the White House, or maybe not. Maybe it's the exact opposite. Maybe there are members of Congress, and they've been yapping about this the past few days, saying, oh, I hear blah, blah, blah. Let's get her in here. Let's prove that we're not trying to hide something here. Now, there's another aspect to this that just broke this afternoon, which is interesting. We'll talk about that. But what do you think? What's your gut feeling on this? Whether you're pro-Trump or anti-Trump or don't care, you're apolitical, because this is intriguing here. Let's caution, let's not try to play games with this. What Jeffrey Epstein did, at least part of the prosecution showed, this guy was a reprobate. Who knows where he's burning now, hopefully. But do you think there's something here? 203-333-9422, 333-WICC.
Want to know how business gets made in Connecticut? Check out the Made podcast at voiceofct.com. It's the official companion to the Made Leadership Series. Want to stay ahead of the curve and learn from top minds? Check out Connecticut-made.com and get made.
The Connecticut Lottery reminds you that gambling can be a fun form of entertainment, but it's not risk-free, so it's important to play responsibly. Make sure you understand how the games work. Know the odds, set time limits, and take breaks. To find out more, visit ctlottery.org or responsibleplayct.org. Must be 18 or older to purchase lottery and 21 or older to place sports wagers. Help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org.
Yeah, it's summer, but a new high school sports season is coming soon. For the most in-depth coverage of FCAC high school sports, subscribe to the Rudin Report at theRudinReport.com, powered by the new Genesis of Ridgefield, located in Norwalk.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation and a regular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduced stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. Stroke risk may increase. Eliquis can cause serious and potentially fatal bleeding. Don't take if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or bleed longer. A spinal injection increases blood clot risk, which may cause paralysis. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding or bruising, or back pain, tingling, numbness, muscle weakness, or incontinence. Aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound, a solid hour. Greenwich through Fairfield. The lower Merritt is your best bet. New Haven, 95, busy but moving through Long Wharf, West Haven, and Milford. Wilbur Cross, north and southbound, bunching up a little bit going into the West Rock Tunnel, and 84 eastbound. Just extra cars making their way through Newtown into exit 11. I'm Edge Krause at WICC Track.
Partly cloudy and mild this evening and overnight with a low of 70. Sunny and hot tomorrow with a high near 90. Friday, sunny and hot with a high in the low to mid-90s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Speak your mind, because Paul certainly speaks his. 203-333-9422. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 695.9. The voice of Connecticut.
All right, 203-333-9422, 333 WICC. So what do you think here? Do you think there are any details in those Epstein files that are damaging to the White House, to President Trump? Now, somebody wrote here, Meldor wrote, nope, if there was, it would have been released long ago. You think so? Again, I maybe, I don't know, but to me, this reeks of a situation where, there's a theory in nuclear weapons, right? You probably heard of this, which has kept the peace. No nukes have been used since Hiroshima and Nagasaki in World War II, 1945. It's 80 years that we've had nukes. We used them twice. That was the U.S. Nobody else has. And you know what it is? Mutually assured destruction, right? You've heard of that. MAD? MAD. Mutually assured destruction. The theory is that if a certain amount of countries have a certain amount of nuclear weapons all pointed at each other, which I guess is the fact here. How many nuclear powers are there? The U.S., China, Great Britain, Israel, rumored, France, I think, India and or Pakistan, whatever. The notion is that nobody would ever use them because if they did use them, it would mean that there would be a response, likely, unless somebody said, hey, we're going to stop now, we're not going to respond. Some people have suggested that over the decades, whatever, post-World War II. But is there would something like an assassination file or something like this Jeffrey Epstein thing, is there a scenario where this is kind of a, hey, we're not going to use this against you because then you will use this against us? Or conversely, looking at it 180, hey, if you use this against us, sorry, but we're going to have no choice. Again, you've heard that with nukes. So Meldor says, no, he doesn't think so. If there was, it would have been released long ago. I don't think so. I just don't. Maybe. But to me, it almost sounds like this is one of those, nah, we're not going to go there. The damage would outweigh the long-term damage to the psyche. This is maybe their thinking. Maybe I'm overthinking this, but I'm thinking that their thinking is, hey, the long-term damage would be too much. Because maybe they figured, hey, it's Trump, he's gone, he was only going to serve one term or whatever, or let Bill Clinton be in peace with himself, he's still around, he's still revered by people, I don't know. Now, the other part of this story that's interesting that I want to get you caught up on that broke today. So yesterday we had the request by Congress to depose Ghislaine Maxwell. The other part just broke earlier today. A judge, ready for this? And again, this could all be nothing, or it could be very much something, or it could be, Now, a judge has said, a judge is denying a request by the Justice Department to unseal grand jury transcripts in Florida. Now, that doesn't surprise me. Grand jury testimony is supposed to be secret. It's how you build indictments. And when prosecutors or the DOJ doesn't want to directly indict someone, or something, some alien, whatever, bad sandwich, whatever, they will call in a grand jury of regular folk, say, well, all right, you decide. And I've had friends that have served on a grand jury. One of them said it was fascinating. He got to ask questions. He kind of played lawyer that day. He said he liked it. It was, what was it? I think he said it was an organized crime or something like that. So that's when the feds or the local or state prosecutors say, we're not going to. Go ahead, you folks decide. We entrust you with your good thoughts. But the counter to that, or what's the word I'm looking for? The caveat with that is that the grand jury testimony is supposed to be sealed. So again, remember when Mr. Trump said yesterday, well, I'm authorizing the DOJ to release any documents, and then all of a sudden a judge comes and goes, oh, no, you're not. Whoa, time out here. A federal judge in Florida ruled today, Wednesday, that his hands are tied in releasing federal transcripts from 2005 and 2007 in connection with Jeffrey Epstein. That ruling was separate from a request that the Justice Department has pending connected to a grand jury in the Southern District of New York, where Epstein was ultimately indicted. He died back in 2019 while awaiting trial. In the Florida case, U.S. District Judge Robin Rosenberg said that, though the government believes special circumstances exist and the policy reasons for grand jury secrecy have expired, its rationale, quote, are no exceptions to grand jury secrecy. So, look, I could be completely wrong here, but if there was nothing there, would we be going through all this? Now, maybe it's a smokescreen. I don't know. I don't know. What you think? 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. I have always believed in the mutual assured destruction thing here. That, all right, a lot of guys knew this guy, politics, business, what may have happened? Look, he's gone. She's in jail, whatever. But again, if she's in jail, wouldn't you want to cut a deal? I don't know. And now we get this from the Wall Street Journal, a Justice Department official telling Mr. Trump in May his name is among many in the Epstein files. Ooh. Randy in Easton is here. Randy, good afternoon. How are you?
Hey there, Paul.
Hey.
Yeah, I think, well, first off, even if his name is in there,
yeah,
and this is going to sound, I don't know, what's the word I'm looking for? Like resignation in my voice.
Yeah.
He gets away with everything consequence-free. So
Yeah.
January 6th, found guilty of sexual assault, fined hundreds of millions of dollars. Nothing happens to him. He gets away with everything.
And they said
grab him by the you-know-what.
And they said Reagan was Teflon, right?
Yeah, oh, please. Reagan was tissue paper compared to this. And it's interesting, they're sending in Trump's former personal defense attorney to talk to her and her attorney. Now, that's not by accident. And I can envision a conversation that's something like, you know, Ms. Maxwell, you remember when the president said in his press conference a few years ago that whatever it is, he wishes you well. And he meant it. And he really does appreciate your silence up until this point. And, you know, let me just point out to you that he's issued a lot of pardons. You know, guys that beat up law enforcement officers or who defecated in offices in the Capitol, they got pardons. Now I'm just saying. And, you know, he probably would be less inclined to someone who broke their silence over this.
It's kind of like, Randy, like I said, in every mob movie or The Sopranos, hey, nice restaurant you got here.
Sure would be. Are these your kids? Is a picture of your kids coming off the school bus? Nice family you got there. Yes.
Yeah, Randy, and I think, like I said, there's a little bit of mutually assured destruction here.
Totally. You know there is. You know there is.
Yeah,
we will never know. Full,
really? You don't? You're still thinking this all goes away, huh?
No, I'm saying we will never know. It's not going away.
The
JFK assassination never went away. We've been talking about it 60 years later.
And here's what I think, Randy. You got a lot of these Republicans in Congress going, all right, we passed the bill. You know, screw him. I got to get reelected next year. You know what I mean?
That's the point. You know, and I got to go home and face some people who are maybe not so happy with that bill and really won't be happy come a year from November.
Yeah. All right, Randy. Thank you, sir. Good thoughts, as always. Randy in Easton there. Always a good. Randy is in the good thoughts column on this show. I have several columns. I'll disclose them someday. Traffic and weather together right here. WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound, a solid hour. Greenwich through Fairfield. The lower Merritt is your best bet. New Haven, 95, busy but moving through Longworth, West Haven, and Milford. Wilbur Cross, north and southbound, bunching up a little bit going into the West Rock Tunnel. And 84 eastbound, just extra cars making their way through Newtown into exit 11. I'm Edge Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, partly cloudy and mild, low near 70. Sunny and hot tomorrow with a high of 90. Friday, sunny and hot with a high in the low to mid-90s. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
Here at Stanford Health, expert care begins with a conversation where big innovations are helping the tiniest patients in our NICU, and mental health means community health. Here, we're collaborating with world-class partners like Columbia University Irving Medical Center, Dana-Farber Brigham Cancer Center, and HSS to redefine cardiac, neurological, cancer, and orthopedic care. From the everyday to the complex, Stanford Health. Care. It's different here.
Hi, I'm Lee Gainham, that garden guy from Gainham's Garden Center and Florist in Fairfield. Do you have questions about your garden? Tune into that garden guy Sunday mornings at 8 for an hour of lively talk about your favorite pastime. We'll have weekly do's and don'ts and gardening tips of the week for our specific area, and we'll take your phone calls so we can offer solutions to problems you may be having in your lawn and garden right now. Call in and talk with me, that garden guy, Sunday mornings at 8 on WICC 600 and 95.9.
Back to the news and talk, thanks to Smart MLS. Smart sellers ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut. WICC 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli.
Okay, a little bit of breaking news here. I'm looking at a headline online for the Wall Street Journal. Quote, Justice Department told Trump in May that his name is among many in the Epstein files. Unquote. All right, well, when I get a chance next hour, probably around the bottom of the hour next hour, I will read verbatim this story to you.
WICC Bridgeport, WFOX Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Cammie McCormick. President Trump's Director of National Intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard, made a surprise appearance in the White House briefing room today, where she insisted a newly declassified report undercuts the belief that Russians interfered with the 2016 election. And she blasted Obama administration officials.
They conspired to subvert the will of the American people who elected Donald Trump in that election in November of 2016. They worked with their partners in the media to promote this lie, ultimately to undermine the legitimacy of President Trump and launching what would be a years-long coup against him and his administration.
CBS's Ed O'Keefe on the timing of this disclosure.
It's because for the last 2 weeks, Washington, particularly the Republicans who control Congress and this White House, have been focused on the Jeffrey Epstein case, which they understand is not great politics for them.
A judge said today the law doesn't allow her to release grand jury records in Jeffrey Epstein's Florida case. As the administration asked, another request is pending in New York. Brian Kohberger was sentenced today to life in prison for the murders of 4 University of Idaho students. He pleaded guilty to avoid the death penalty. In court today, the relatives and friends of the students lashed out at Kohberger. Matt Piper has that.
When given the opportunity to speak, Brian Kohberger declined to do so. But more than a dozen family impact statements were read aloud over about 3 hours.
You're going to go to hell.
Randy Davis is the stepfather of Xana Kernodle.
I don't know what my limits are here, but I'm really struggling, dude. I am struggling. So I want to just be out in the woods with you just so I can teach you about loss and pain.
The judge said he did not think Kohberger would answer truthfully why he did what he did. Matt Piper, CBS News.
Charity and human rights groups say Israel's continuing blockade of Gaza and the ongoing military offensive are pushing Palestinians to the brink. Deirdre Noonan is a surgeon at Nasser Hospital.
Our nurses don't have enough energy to stand up for the duration of their shift, and we have children begging in the halls of the hospital, not just for food, but they are begging for fresh water.
The response from Israeli spokesman David Menser.
In Gaza today, there is no famine caused by Israel. There is, however, a man-made shortage engineered by Hamas.
Secretary of State Marco Rubio is meeting with the Jordanian foreign minister today, and Mideast envoy Steve Witkoff is set to meet with a senior Israeli official about ceasefire talks. On Wall Street, stocks finished higher. The Dow was up more than 500 points. This is CBS News.
Sponsored by Progressive Insurance. Get renter's insurance to protect the things that make your place a home, including coverage for theft or damage. Visit Progressive.com.
This is an important notice to all U.S. taxpayers. The IRS is giving away billions of dollars in tax savings through a federal program called the Fresh Start Initiative to aid delinquent taxpayers. This initiative was established for anyone facing financial hardship and unable to pay their back taxes. Qualifying and enrolling in this program will stop all collections, settle your delinquent tax problem, and even reduce what you owe by thousands of dollars. Call the hotline at People's Tax Relief to see if you qualify and get this free information by dialing 800-375-8936. If you have unfiled tax returns or cannot afford to pay your personal or business back taxes, you can now get the help you need. One simple phone call can resolve your tax problem and save you thousands of dollars. To see if you qualify and to get this important free information, call 800-375-8936. 800-375-8936. 800-375-8936.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
A meeting was scheduled to take place in Fairfield today to decide who will fill the role of First Selectman Bill Gerber following his death after a brain cancer diagnosis. Governor Ned Lamont offered these words of tribute.
He knew what he cared for. Cared for you, cared for the people of Fairfield, and we're going to miss him every day.
The town charter states that a replacement first selectman must be from the same party and are chosen by the remaining board members. Democratic acting first selectwoman Christine Vitale and Republican selectwoman Brenda Kupchik have until August 15th to make the decision. There will be a celebration of life this Friday in honor of Gerber at Sacred Heart University's Martiri Family Arena. All Fairfield residents, friends, and colleagues are invited to attend. First District Democratic Congressman John Larson says former Hartford Mayor Luke Bronin met him for coffee last week and asked him not to run for re-election. The 77-year-old Larson says he started to laugh at Bronin's request, thinking he may have been joking. Bronin was serious, and Larson says he delivered a blunt response that he will be running for re-election next year. Bronin says he hopes Larson might consider allowing this to be the time to pass the baton so new voices can be heard. Larson has held the Hartford area seat since 1999. And a new traffic pattern is in place at Tweed New Haven Regional Airport that officials believe will ease congestion. The huge growth of air travel at Tweed in the last few years have also created traffic headaches for passengers and for nearby residents. A roundabout has been created for arriving traffic that Mayor Justin Elliker says will enhance safety at the airport and in the surrounding neighborhood. Officials believe the new patterns will reduce traffic on Fort Hale Road by around 30%. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
95 northbound, a solid hour from Greenwich through Fairfield. The lower Merritt is at least slightly better. 95 further ahead, you're on the brakes going through Milford and West Haven. No crash reported there. Route 8 northbound, you're bunched up through Shelton going up to the bridge as well. Traffic report is powered by the Fairfield Law Office of Eliason and Tenor. Give your family and yourself the most important gift you can give, peace of mind. Visit ConnecticutElderLaw.com. I'm Edge Krause with WICC Traffic.
Partly cloudy and mild this evening and overnight with a low of 70. Sunny and hot tomorrow with a high near 90. Friday, sunny and hot with a high in the low to mid 90s. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All right, so I was feeling my oats today. I was feeling all the nutrition from that whole wheat bagel I had for lunch with a wee bit of chicken salad out of there, you know, good carbs, some good protein there. And I put up two questions of the day today. These are the two main topics that we started off with here at 2 o'clock on the program, 2 to 6 every day, Monday through Friday. So a couple of things have been percolating in the news here, one locally and one nationally. Locally, Governor Ned Lamont is really being prodded and poked. There's a new push poll out there by the far left of the Democratic Party saying, hey, look at this. We worded these questions. I'm saying that. They're not saying that. But look, it was a push poll, you know, trying to prod the governor into realizing that, hey, if they can get progressives out to vote against Ned Lamont, he's vulnerable about the housing bill. He's vulnerable about that dumb bill to pay striking workers or whatever. So the question I asked on that one is a simple one. Will Governor Ned Lamont move further left to try and mend fences with the progressive wing of his party? So is the governor going to say, all right, well, yeah, I know I have these good numbers, but am I liable to get picked off here if I run again from the far left, from somebody like, you know, Saud Anwar or Josh Elliott, whatever? So we did two questions today. That's question number one. Chris Williams is here looking at the question regarding Ned Lamont. Of course, as always, filtering out the bad words and the obscenities. Chris, question one, what are people having to say about that?
We'll start with our friend Dave, who says probably wants to get reelected. Steve says progressive is a nice word for communist. If you despise America and capitalism, you vote for them. Daniel was pretty blunt, simply saying he needs to go. Carl had a good answer. He says, I haven't seen him play favorites. He's already a multi-millionaire, so he doesn't have to kiss anyone's butt.
All right. Interesting. Now, question number two. We'll do a little double dip today. The Jeffrey Epstein scenario. Now we hear that they want to have Ghislaine Maxwell testify before Congress. The Wall Street Journal is reporting that the DOJ told Mr. Trump his name is among many names in the Epstein files. I have access to that Wall Street Journal report here. We'll do that momentarily. Chris, what are people saying on that?
Ed says, you think the last administration would have kept them secret? Renee said, it's not looking good and it is troubling. I think the last administration act didn't because many in their party are in on it too. Daniel doesn't care. He says, don't care. Carl says, I don't think so. Michael said, yes, unfortunately. And Meldor said, nope, if there was, it would have been released long ago.
All right, thanks, Chris, and thanks to the people there. And to the people who say, well, wouldn't it have been used? Well, again, think about my allusion here to Cold War nuclear policy, right? Think about how many countries around the world have nukes. China, Russia, the U.S., I think India, Pakistan, unofficially Israel. I don't know how much of Europe still has nukes, but what has kept the world nuke-free since Hiroshima and Nagasaki in World War II? 2 times nukes have been used. They're not used because of a theory of mutually assured destruction. That's a step you don't take, because if you fire one, we're firing one back at you. Just maybe, think about this. Is that same thing at work here? Maybe I'm just kind of, freestyling here, thinking about this. Maybe that both parties, and the Clintons and the Trumps and the Bushes and the, what the Obama, maybe they know what's in there, and there's kind of I don't know. Is there a gentleman's or a gentle lady's agreement saying, well, you know what? We're not going there. All right, 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. And is Mr. Trump and his team going to have the last laugh when it comes to those Ivy League schools?
There's something lurking in Long Island Sound. It's waiting for you. It's $25,000. The WICC Surfside Hotel Greatest Bluefish Tournament on Earth returns August 23rd and 24th. Catch the heaviest bluefish that weekend and win $25,000. Plus, there's over $40,000 in cash prizes. Sign up now at bluefishtournament.com. The WICC Surfside Hotel Greatest Bluefish Tournament on Earth. We'll see you on the Sound.
Thanks, Tri-City Home Solutions and Rinnai and Xfinity.
The following message is brought to you by the Fairfield Law Offices of Estate, Trust, and Probate Attorneys Eliafson and Tenor, online at ConnecticutElderLaw.com. Here is attorney Christine Tenor.
If you are suddenly hurt or seriously ill and can't speak for yourself, what could happen to you and your family and all you care about? Will life-changing decisions be made by strangers? We all face legal, financial, and physical challenges every day at all stages of life. Don't leave important matters to chance, and don't wait until you are elderly. No one can predict what the future holds for us. So even young adults and young couples, everyone, should be prepared for the unexpected. Give your family and yourself the most important gift you can give, the gift of peace of mind.
Visit ConnecticutElderLaw.com. Eliafson and Tenor, 203-336-2566. Protecting your family's future. Eliafson and Tenor, for peace of mind. 203-336-2566.
You're listening to WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut, broadcasting from Cadillac of Greenwich Studios, CadillacofGreenwich.com.
Hey, Joe, what happened to your teeth? They look amazing.
Oh, years of root canals, crowns, gum treatments. I got tired of it all. So I went to Columbia Implant Center in Manchester. They removed my bad teeth and gave me permanent new ones. Same day.
Wait, you walked out with new teeth?
Yep, it's called All for One. They place 4 implants and attach a full set of connected teeth. It's not 4 teeth, it's a full smile. I feel like a new man.
Call Columbia Implant Center at 860-730-6020. All for One. One day, one life-changing smile.
Frank Pepe Pizzeria, celebrating 100 years of a Beats.
A century ago, my grandparents, Frank and Philomena Pepe, opened a small pizzeria on New Haven's Worcester Street. They'd never have imagined the incredible legacy they built. Today, Pepe's is still here, still family-owned, and still Connecticut's old reliable. We celebrate 100 years and invite you to celebrate with us.
Frank Pepe Pizzeria, passionate about pizza for 100 years. Join the celebration at your local Pepe's today.
I'm Barbara from Trumbull, and I've used Steve Basso Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning since 2012, when he diagnosed the source of a carbon monoxide problem when no one else could. I use him for maintenance and emergency situations for that reason. He has always been able to fix any problem in my home. There's no one better than Steve Basso.
Looking for a reliable plumbing or HVAC company? Steve Basso Plumbing, Heating, and AC has proven customer satisfaction since 1974. Go to BassoPHAC.com. That's BassoPHAC.com.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound, a solid hour from Greenwich through Fairfield. The lower Merritt is at least slightly better. 95 further ahead, you're on the brakes going through Milford and West Haven. No crash reported there. Route 8 northbound, you're bunched up through Shelton going up to the bridge as well. Traffic report is powered by the Fairfield Law Office of Eliafson and Tenor. Give your family and yourself the most important gift you can give, peace of mind. Visit ConnecticutElderLaw.com. I'm Andrew Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, partly cloudy and mild, below near 70. Sunny and hot tomorrow with a high of 90. Friday, sunny and hot with a high in the low to mid-90s. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
keeping you up to date on everything that matters. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All right, back to the text messages, phone calls, emails, and all that momentarily. A return visit from this gentleman. He was on with us a few weeks ago. Adam Kissel, visiting fellow for higher ed and reform at the Center for Education Policy, the Heritage Foundation, board member of the University of West Florida, Southern Wesleyan University, and the National Association of Scholars. Also serving on America 250 for the big birthday next year. America 250 Civics History and America's Future Advisory. News in the realm of what is happening in higher ed over the past few days with these controversial Ivy League schools. Adam's book is Slacking, a guide to Ivy League miseducation. We'll remind you of that. Adam Kissel back on the program. Adam, it's Paul in Connecticut here. How are you?
Doing well. Thanks for having me back.
Yeah, and I wanted to have you back, talk to your people to get you back, because we've had some news here, Adam, since we chatted last time. News about Columbia and apparently some news and the pushback back and forth between the White House and Harvard continues over all that research money. It looks like, thankfully, Adam, Columbia, let's start there in New York, that it looks like after that library takeover, they're getting a little serious here. Are they or not?
Yes, so about 70 students have been suspended or expelled or even had their degrees revoked because of that library takeover. And that shows that Columbia is serious. The idea for Columbia was you have to show that you're serious even to start negotiations with the Trump administration. And I think Columbia is showing, whether they mean it or not, they're doing what they need to do to get their $1 billion back or $500 million back in research and other funding.
Yeah,
it's a great start.
And that whole library situation, I guess, explain this, Adam Kissel. I guess it was around finals time, right? And that's where, if you're going to find students to disrupt, you generally do it in the big Ivy League libraries, right?
Right. So the idea, if you want to make a stink, is you camp out in the main quad, or if it's finals week, you want to go to where the students are and where you can get the press, and that's often going to be the library. That's also the strategy that some of the Harvard protesters and disruptors used at the Harvard library, and then at Harvard, faculty members and students got suspended from library privileges because of that. So Harvard actually did the right thing when it came to their library.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
I was going to say, knowing I was going to have you on, Adam, I was talking to my listeners yesterday, and I just find it odd. Now, look, if you and I met for a business lunch or dinner, we went out with our significant others or whatever, and we go to a restaurant, right? And we pick a restaurant. We don't go in there and tell the restaurant owners how to run their business. We made a choice to go there, and I would think to respect the way they're doing what they're doing, and I understand the right to free expression, the right to protest, but I think you and I can agree here, and we talked about this last time, a lot of what we saw, I think, Adam, went beyond just regular, constructive, legitimate protest here.
Of course, right? So if you are harassing other students, creating basically a wall that you don't let Jewish students through, if you are disrupting, if you are committing vandalism, if you're committing violence, none of those things are legitimate protest, right? Holding a sign and advocating for your position is one thing, but violence is another. So we have kind of professional graduate students at places like Columbia. They could be a 12th year graduate student. 12th year. Right? They're not there to study. They're there to make trouble and have an anchor in the United States.
And let's talk about the Harvard situation. And again, the guest is Adam Kissel, one of the authors of Slacking, a Guide to Ivy League Miseducation. So I guess we had some legal arguments in this a few days ago or this week, Adam, where I guess the Trump White House and Harvard are still having this legal push over a lot of money, right?
Yeah, so in the case of Harvard, we're talking more like $2 billion, which even for a place with $55 or something billion endowment, losing $2 billion is a lot of money. And what the government is saying is if you have pervasive anti-Semitism and discrimination violating civil rights, you don't deserve any of that money. not only as a civil rights matter, but also as a public policy matter. And Harvard is saying, well, we did do this 300-page report proving that we're bad, but don't hold that against us. And you guys are going too far anyway. You just don't like our ideology, and we're making a First Amendment claim. Well, the judge seems to be going along with, maybe the government went too far. But Alan Dershowitz, the famous attorney, said, well, what's probably going to happen is Harvard wins down at the district court level, but at the Supreme Court, the government's probably going to win.
And the president of Harvard, whose name escapes me, sorry at the moment, Adam, but even he came out, and a gentleman who is Jewish, and he came out, did he not, and say, well, yeah, we have an anti-Semitism problem here. The guy's Jewish. Well, you're the boss. Fix it, right? Am I not reading this properly, Adam? Am I crazy or not?
He's kind of in a tough place, and you're right. So Alan Garber knows there's a problem. Step one is admitting that you have a problem.
Yeah.
He's done that. His faculty, though, mostly haven't. Now, there's a nice Bloomberg article showing a bunch of the faculty actually say it's time to settle. So he has people telling him to settle, but he has other people telling him to fight. And he's stuck in between. And he knows there's a problem, but everybody's also watching him because they know their university may be next.
And is this is he battling what? The American Association of University Professors? How is there an AAUP connection to all this or not?
There could be. They basically became a union shop several years ago, so they kind of put themselves out of the game as a serious player. But the Faculty of Arts and Sciences, the Divinity School, these are very far left faculty who don't understand why their biased activism is a problem. They think that's what they're supposed to do. So it's those arts and sciences faculty who are giving him the hardest time, maybe some law professors. And he's stuck between them and, say, the scientists and medical researchers who say, I'm just trying to cure cancer over here. Can you guys please just let me get my money?
Yeah, and I think to those people you mentioned, Adam, a lot of people, and it's sad because the idiots, and that's me saying that, not you. I don't want to put you on that, but the dopes, the idiots there who are causing the problems are spoiling it for the people at Harvard Medical School and Columbia Med and all these other schools who are like, exactly, hey, I'm just doing cancer cultures here. Like, don't affect me. So I understand where there might be some internal pushing and shoving here.
It's an interesting situation. So, Congress is in charge of how much money goes out for medical research and other scientific research. That money is going to happen one way or another, and the best professors are still going to get the money. Why not just go to Vanderbilt where you don't have these problems? Do your cancer research down there.
Yeah, in fact, I was going to ask you finally, Adam Kissel, are we pretty much down now to just Harvard and Columbia? I know there was, UPenn was a problem for a while. Or are there, how many other major schools? Is this still a big problem? Or are some of these schools outside of the Ivy League, are they coming around now? What's the deal with that? Do we know?
Well, Cornell is still under investigation. They're probably the biggest name that hasn't capitulated yet or really negotiated it out. News came out today, second tier, George Mason University now has 4 different civil rights investigations against them. Don't know why that president's still in office. Northwestern is still under investigation, close to the elite. And, there's more civil rights investigations open, seems like almost every day. So if you think your number is not going to come up, you think you're hiding out at like UConn, your number will come up.
Slacking, a guide to Ivy League miseducation. One of the authors, Adam Kissel. Adam, good to chat with you. I'm sure we'll chat down the road. Thank you, sir.
Thanks, Paul. Take care.
Appreciate it. The book, Slacking, a Guide to Ivy League Miseducation, written by Adam Kissel, Rachel Alexander Cambray, and also a third author on this, Marino Doan. So Marino Doan, Rachel Alexander Cambray, and Adam Kissel. And the book is about the slide, the 3 authors say, and what the Ivy League has become to what it once was, the left-leaning faculty, and just the general elimination of, structural academics at some of these schools, but not so much academics. We're talking about with Adam. It's just these schools that, it's the Trump Justice Department. Well, all right. So it's the Trump Justice Department. Do you think Jews should be harassed on campus? Is that okay? Would you say this? Would you? Here's the question I have for you. Look at the video. Don't believe me. Pull up the harassment of Jews, particularly at Penn, although they've kind of settled now, but at Columbia and at Harvard. So instead of Jewish students, would that be okay if it was black students? Would that be okay if those being harassed were Muslim or Hispanic or Asian American? Well, of course it wouldn't be. And yeah, if you don't believe me, the president of Harvard, who is of the Jewish faith, has basically said, well, we have an anti-Semitism problem here, but it's pretty tough. No, it's not tough. And I'm not chastising this guy. I know that he probably has limits of what he can do. But you know what? If you have people who are not legitimately protesting, but harassing Jews, harassing blacks, harassing Muslims, harassing Hispanics, you know how University President Paul J. Pacelli would handle it? I kick them all out.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
Goodbye.
95 northbound, a solid hour from Greenwich through Fairfield. The lower Merritt is at least slightly better. 95 further ahead, you're on the brakes going through Milford and West Haven. No crash reported there. Route 8 northbound, you're bunched up through Shelton going up to the bridge as well. Traffic report is powered by the Fairfield Law Office of Eliafson and Tenor. Give your family and yourself the most important gift you can give, peace of mind. Visit ConnecticutElderLaw.com. I'm Edge Krause with WICC Traffic.
Partly cloudy and mild this evening and overnight with a low of 70. Sunny and hot tomorrow with a high near 90. Friday, sunny and hot with a high in the low to mid-90s. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
Selling your home is a numbers game. The more potential buyers who see it, the greater the opportunity to sell. And when your home is listed on Smart MLS, more than 21,000 realtors see it, and so do all their buyers. Suddenly, the number of people looking at your home starts to grow by a lot. More realtors sharing your listing, more people seeing your home, more offers coming in, and maybe even more cash in your pocket. Smart move, right? Ask your realtor. Is my house on Smart MLS? Smart MLS, the smart way to sell your home.
Who picks Post University? People who pick Post are people who believe in themselves and their potential. Post people want a school that helps them succeed on their terms, on their budget, and on their schedule. They want on-campus activities and online flexibility. Most of all, they want an education that could help prepare them for success in over 50 fields. Because when you're an Eagle, the sky's the limit. Are you a Post person? Find out now at post.edu.
Are you over 50 and constantly feeling tired, bloated, or just a little off? Don't ignore it. Those could be signs that your liver is crying for help. As we age, our liver, which is essential for metabolism, digestion, immunity, and detoxification, needs extra support and protection. If neglected, it can leave you feeling sluggish and constantly off your game. That's where Active Liver from New Nordic comes in. Available in easy-to-take tablets or delicious gummies, Active Liver combines powerful natural ingredients like turmeric, milk thistle, and globe artichoke extract to help support healthy liver function. With Active Liver, you're giving your body an essential daily defense against toxins from alcohol, fatty foods, and sweets, helping you reclaim your energy, improve digestion, lose the bloat, and strengthen your immunity so you can look and feel your best again. Protect your liver and give it the support that it deserves by making Active Liver from New Nordic part of your daily wellness routine. Find Active Liver in stores at your local CVS, Meijer Grocery, or online at Amazon or NewNordicUSA.com.
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Uber is trying out a new feature it says will give female riders and drivers more control. CBS's Allison Keyes reports.
Both female Uber drivers and passengers are about to get the chance to match themselves with other women under a new feature for the rideshare company. Uber says it'll pilot the program starting next month in Detroit, Los Angeles, and San Francisco. Rideshare companies, including Uber and Lyft, have rolled out several features over the past years to improve safety on the platforms. Allison Keyes, CBS News.
A technology trade group is asking the Supreme Court to stop Mississippi from enforcing a law that requires age verification verification for users of social media. NetChoice has sued other states over age verification laws, but the Mississippi case is the first to reach the nation's highest court. The law was named for a teenager who took his own life after sextortion online. I'm Cammie McCormick, CBS News.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
A 65-year-old woman who killed her newborn baby in Greenwich in 1986 has been sentenced to 5 years of probation. Yanita Phillips of Florida was charged with murder in 2021 after new DNA testing linked her to the baby's death. The child's body was found dead from strangulation in a garbage truck after it had emptied a dumpster from a Greenwich apartment building where Phillips lived. Phillips moved to Florida shortly after the child was killed in May of 1986 and has lived there ever since. Bridgeport City Councilor Alfredo Castillo received the support of his district representatives on the Bridgeport Democratic Town Committee as he seeks re-election. Castillo is currently facing close to 24 criminal charges for election violations. Castillo was first elected to the city council in 2013. He was arrested in June of 2024 and in February of 2025 for alleged misuse of absentee ballots in the 2019 and 2023 mayoral elections, in which he backed incumbent Democratic Mayor Joe Ganim. Castillo has pleaded not guilty to all of the charges and will next appear in court on August 13th. Several members of the Bridgeport Police Department have filed complaints against Police Chief Roderick Porter, alleging him of discriminatory punishment and promotional decisions. The officers filing the complaints are white, and the attorney representing them, Dan Angelone, says his clients allege that Porter has been discriminating against them based on their race in terms of discipline and advancement opportunities. Porter said that he defends every decision he makes and said he is aware of the concerns raised by the officers and that he welcomes a transparent review. An Afghan interpreter living and working in Connecticut has been detained by ICE agents in East Hartford. Senator Richard Blumenthal is only identifying the man as Zia over concerns about his safety and that of his family. The man is in the U.S. legally, and he was recently arrested at a routine appointment related to his green card application. In a conversation with WTNH-TV News 8, Blumenthal called his arrest a broken promise.
Great nation keeps its promises. We promised them we would bring them here. They would be safe. Zia thought he was safe.
Zia previously helped the U.S. military, and his lawyer, Lauren Peterson, also spoke with Channel 8 about the consequences he could face if sent back to Afghanistan.
He faces death. There's a certain threat to his life. He's already seen the Taliban's attempts to hurt his family, and they have harmed his family.
A new report from the advocacy group Connecticut Voices for Children found that Connecticut continues to lag behind the national average on wage gaps and income inequality. Since the COVID pandemic, Connecticut workers have not seen their wages rise on an increase that meets the national average, while the state's highest earners have seen their income go up substantially. The report found that, on average, high-wage workers earn $66 per hour more than low-wage workers. A Danbury couple in their 40s are accused of engaging in sexual activity on a JetBlue flight. Officials say Christopher Arnold and Trista Riley were spotted by two children and their mother having sexual contact, and they alerted a flight attendant. The alleged incident happened this past Saturday on a flight from New York to Sarasota, Florida. When the plane landed in Florida, Arnold and Riley were arrested and charged with lewd and lascivious exhibition. And Stanford Superintendent of Schools, Dr. Tamu Lucero, was recently voted to remain in her role for the upcoming school year. Lucero had recently announced that she would be leaving the district at the end of the 2025-2026 school year to take a job in Africa. The Stanford Board of Education has decided to keep Lucero in place until then, but that decision has been met with criticism. Stanford Education Association President John Corcoran believes that the many changes coming to the district, including the controversial block schedule change, should be on hold until a new superintendent is in place.
I don't know why you wouldn't wait for the new superintendent and say, hey, let's take a look at this. Let's see what we want to do. Maybe there's a better way.
I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
95 northbound solid hour Greenwich through Fairfield. The Parkway overall a bit better. Congestion delays through Norwalk and Westport. Out of New Haven on 95. Plenty of company through Longworth and West Haven. Route 8 northbound, you're on the brakes through Shelton going up to the bridge. And on Wilbur Cross northbound, you are bunched up in Woodbridge going into the tunnel. I'm Mitch Krause with WICC traffic.
For this evening and tonight, partly cloudy and mild, below near 70. Sunny and hot tomorrow with a high of 90. Friday, sunny and hot with a high in the low to mid-90s. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
Live and local talk for the end of the workday. You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli. Live on the Voice of Connecticut, WICC 600 and 95.9.
All right, 203-333-9422. Yes, 333 WICC. All right, let me give you a brief, before we go back to the phones here, let me read you a wee bit, a tad, because it's a long story here. But let me give you a wee bit. Let me magnify the screen, first of all, so I can see this. This is from the Wall Street Journal. Headline, Justice Department told Trump in May that his name is among many in the Epstein files. Now, the subhead, back from my newspaper days, writing sports, Pam Bondi also told the president at the meeting that Justice Department decided not to release any more Jeffrey Epstein documents because of the presence of child pornography and the need to protect victims. Okay, let's scroll down. This story was written by 4 different people, which is usually how you do this if you're going to release stuff that's a little greasy, shall we say. And this is a long story, but I'll just, if you bear with me here, a few paragraphs. When Justice Department officials reviewed what AG Pam Bondi called a truckload of documents related to Jeffrey Epstein earlier this year, they discovered that Donald Trump's name appeared multiple times. This according to senior administration officials. In May, Pam Bondi and her deputy informed the president at a meeting in the White House that his name was in the Epstein files, the official said. Many other high-profile figures were also named, Trump was told. Being mentioned in the records is not a sign of wrongdoing. The officials said it was a routine briefing that covered a number of topics and that Trump's appearance in the documents at the time was not the focus, they mean of the briefing. They told the president at the meeting that the files contained what officials felt was unverified hearsay about many people, including Trump, who had socialized with Epstein in the past, some of the officials said. One of the officials familiar with the documents said they contain hundreds of other names. All right. They also told Trump that senior Justice Department officials didn't plan to release any more documents connected to the investigation of the convicted sex offender because the material contained child pornography and victims' personal info, the officials said. Trump said at the meeting he would defer to the Justice Department's decision not to release any further files. The meeting set the stage for the high-profile review to come to an end. Pam Bondi had said in February that Epstein's client list was, quote, sitting on my desk right now to review, unquote. Trump said last week in response to a journalist's question that Bondi had not told him his name was in the files. The administration did not publicly announce that decision till weeks later on July 7th, when the Justice Department posted a memo on the website. That statement, which was unsigned, stated that a thorough review had turned up no list of Epstein's clients, no evidence that would lead to an investigation of uncharged third parties and no additional documents that merited public disclosure. Went on to say that much of the material would have been sealed in trial to protect the victims and to block the dissemination of child pornography, unquote. And I've read you maybe 1/5 of this story. It's long, but you get the gist here. So they tell him, hey, sir, your name is here, but this is all unverified, which kind of leads to my theory that, and again, that's not to toot my own horn here or any other appendage, but having said that, it certainly sounds like, hey, there's a lot of names out there, and because these are unverified. Now, remember, does unverified mean innocent? I don't know. I'm open to anything at this point. But I would think that kind of leads into what I'm saying here is you know, they're not going to be cavalier with this stuff unless they have hardened evidence here. So we'll see how this pans out. 203-333-9422, 333 WICC.
For 90 years, Social Security has delivered every check, every month, keeping its promise to hardworking Americans and helping millions of Connecticut residents retire with dignity. As we celebrate Social Security turning 90, AARP promises to keep it strong for older Americans today and our kids and grandkids tomorrow. Join us. Sign the pledge to protect Social Security at aarp.org/we earned it. That's aarp.org/we earned it. Paid for by AARP.
This is your CT Insider weather update. Today, mostly sunny and warm with highs in the mid to upper 80s. Lows dip into the upper 60s later on. Tomorrow, muggy with lots of sunshine. Highs in the low 90s and a heat index of 90 to 95. Powered by CT Insider.
There's more to Connecticut with CT Insider. A hometown behind every headline. With every issue, investigation, or interview, there's more when you're following from the inside. Visit ctinsider.com for more.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation, an irregular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduce stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. Stroke risk may increase. Eliquis can cause serious and potentially fatal bleeding. Don't take if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or bleed longer. A spinal injection increases blood clot risk, which may cause paralysis. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding or bruising, or back pain, tingling, numbness, muscle weakness, or incontinence. Aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
It's time for the Market Scoreboard Report with Ron and Sana. Now on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
A trade deal with Japan and possibly an impending one with the European Union pushed stocks sharply higher today, particularly in Japan, where the Nikkei rose 3.5%. But that traveled across the Pacific as well, with the Dow up 507 points to 45,010. S&P up 49 to a new all-time high of 63.58, and the Nasdaq closed above 21,000 for the first time ever, up 127 points to 21,020 as trade optimism continued to spread. The notion that the European deal may be forthcoming as well, very similar to the deal struck with Japan. Bond yields edged higher today to 4.38%. We had oil holding at about $65.49 a barrel. Gold slid, a flight to quality trade coming off there to 3,400 even, while the dollar was slightly weaker against key foreign currencies. After the close, both Google's parent Alphabet and Tesla reported better than expected earnings, along with a handful of other companies that did the same. So it's possible we'll be set up for a continued rally tomorrow with the S&P, Nasdaq, and even the Dow flirting with record levels.
Do you hear that? Asthma triggers are everywhere, from dust mites, pet dander, and pollen, to smog and smoke. An asthma attack can strike anywhere, anytime. Be prepared with quick-acting Primatene Mist. Clinically proven to open airways quickly. It's the #1 FDA-approved asthma inhaler available over the counter. Primatene Mist. Breathe easy again. Use as directed.
Find what you love and love what you find. A Total Wine and More, the place to go for sipping rosés with seltzers on ice, making margaritas with your favorite tequilas. It's warm out, let's go. Our prices are low on spirits, beer, and wine. You're gonna find what you love and love what you find.
Only at Total Wine and More. Drink responsibly. B21.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
95 northbound solid hour Greenwich through Fairfield. The Parkway overall a bit better. Congestion delays through Norwalk and Westport. Out of New Haven on 95. Plenty of company through Longworth and West Haven. On Route 8 northbound, you're on the brakes through Shelton going up to the bridge. And on Wilbur Cross northbound, you are bunched up in Woodbridge going into the tunnel. I'm Mitch Krause with WICC traffic.
Partly cloudy and mild this evening and overnight with a low of 70. Sunny and hot tomorrow with a high near 90. Friday, sunny and hot with a high in the low to mid-90s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli is back and live on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All right, 203-333, 9422-333 WICC. So there you go. Still the top story there, Trump and his mentions in the Epstein files. So could be everything, could be nothing, could be something in the middle, in the middle there. But what do you think? Our Facebook question of the day, one of our Facebook questions of the day, I have two up there today. At 203-333-9422-333 WICC, Facebook.com/voice of CT. Do you think there are any details in the Jeffrey Epstein files that are damaging to Mr. Trump? Tim in Hamden's with us at about a quarter of. Tim, how are you?
Well, I'm okay. I've pretty much given up calling talk radio and talking about serious political policy issues because no one cares.
Now, wait a minute. I care, Tim. I care.
You care. You're the rare bird and everything like that. I appreciate that, as well as everyone else, is pushing, the fact that going away, it's all a hoax. It's a hoax. And the real criminal, he's right there, Barack Hussein Obama. He's the real one. Oh, wait, he was cleared by Marco Rubio? Oh.
Yeah, I know. That's what I mentioned that on the show the other day, right after I played the remarks from Jim Himes. And I remember that Republican report that came out that said, no, the Russians didn't manipulate votes, but they tried some funny business with social media.
They tried essentially to create chaos.
Yeah.
They were essentially wanting, it didn't matter to them who was going to win. It was more important to create chaos, which of course is all to help you.
And I've been saying since then, even before then, I said, Tim, just to be safe, let's assume that China and Russia, every election we have from now till the end of God's time is going to be, they're going to try funny business. It's what they do. I don't know what else to tell people.
Yeah, they're the opponents. It was interesting, Colbert, he's starting to up the game. Last night he played a thing with Howard Stern, which I remember, hearing that stuff, and I kept telling people, why doesn't Howard Stern release all this stuff? It's just like, all the stuff about walking through young ladies' dressing rooms and that sort of stuff. And this one last night was one about the fact that, they were asking him, what was the youngest age that you would, have sex with and everything. And they're laughing it up. And I blame Howard and Robin and everybody else. 24. And I would cut it off at 20. You're a grown man, a real estate man, so, an author and everything else. You're going on, talking about how young a girl, would have to be in order for you to have sex.
Yeah.
And, you're trying to, like you're a cool guy. You're, like Hugh Hefner or something, and it's like,
Hugh Hefner.
give me a break.
Tim, I got to tell you, I did not wake up this morning thinking Hugh Hefner would be on my dance card today. I have to tell
Oh, your dance card. But
Hugh
meanwhile,
Hefner.
it doesn't matter. Even Epstein's own brother is now saying, yeah, he came, Trump came to Epstein's office and everything like that.
And I said, Tim, I think there really is an element of mutually assured destruction here.
And which
I think so, yeah, which I don't like.
Which I would not mind, whatsoever.
I don't like it.
And that stuff. And I'll just leave you with this.
Yes.
It's great to see people in Hamden running around trying to collect signatures. Democracy is actually working.
That's it.
Here, that stuff. So
That's
have a good one.
All right,
Talk to you
Tim.
later.
Thank you.
Bye.
Appreciate it. Yeah, folks, I really think. I really think that part of this Epstein thing is both sides. No, and maybe they're saying, well, it's innuendo. This guy said this about her. She said this about him. Both sides probably, and they meet over lunch or whoever, say, hey, how about that Epstein thing? Well, did you hear? Yeah, I hear he's on the list, and I hear no, he was on the list. She was on the. It's two sides of the same coin on stuff like this. And people are probably going to say, well, geez, why didn't she say anything? That could have, our friend Randy said maybe you cut a deal. Well, maybe I don't know. I'm not ascribing anything, some sort of benevolence to Ghislaine Maxwell, what she's accused and convicted of doing. But, maybe she was told. I don't know. You have no idea how this stuff works out. But did she see stuff and hear stuff? Was she? And I'm not accusing. I don't know. I'm just asking questions. Because there's something here that just is a little weird. I'm not accusing anybody of anything directly, but there's something here that's just a little nuts. You know what I mean? I mean, everybody thought, yeah, she could bring people down. Well, all right, she hasn't said much, apparently. Maybe, And like one of our callers said before, maybe, keep your mouth shut, whatever, a future pardon, whatever. Maybe we'll say, hey, you got in just 2, 3, or 4 or 5 years, whatever. You get out, you go on the book tour, you spill your guts to Oprah, whatever. I'm just being flip here, which I probably shouldn't be, but you know what I'm saying. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Oh, and by the way, this Brian Kohberger today, who was sentenced to life terms, if there ever was a guy, and shame on the prosecutors for not seeking the death penalty, this guy, you know how this guy should have gone out? He should have gone out strapped to a chair, connected to some stadium lights, with a nice .338 slug right between the eyes. This guy. Well, he's going to jail for life. I'm sorry. After he butchers those college kids, well, it's life in prison. Yeah, it's life in prison. So that means he gets to wake up. He gets to enjoy sleep. He'll probably get recreational hours. He gets to breathe fresh air if they let him out. He gets the simple pleasures of drinking beverages and tasting food. These 4 others, nothing. If ever there was a guy who was candidate A1 for the death penalty, it was this guy. Fry him and shoot him at the same time. I'm sorry. I'm the wrong guy to debate with this because, my family has felt this. Come on. Stop it. So now the good taxpayers of Idaho have to foot the bill for this piece of filth for how long? Unless, hey, I don't want to say something should happen to him, but, a little jailhouse justice, you think? Maybe? Remember how Mr. Dahmer met his end? Remember that? Guy said, hey, I was cleaning up the lunchroom, and true story, he was interviewed, the guy that killed Jeffrey Dahmer in prison. You can find it. The New York Post interviewed the guy. I said give the guy the Nobel Peace Prize, frankly. But they were, apparently the guy said he thought it odd that every time it was only he and Jeffrey Dahmer cleaning up the cafeteria, wherever they were, the rec area. He said, I noticed the security guard or the correctional officer that was there would a lot of times walk out of the room and leave Dahmer and me together. And he figures, well, I had a broomstick or a mop, whatever. So, for this guy, Kohlberger, folks, we can only cross our fingers and hope, can't we? Traffic and weather together right here on WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
95 northbound solid hour Greenwich through Fairfield. The Parkway overall a bit better. Congestion delays through Norwalk and Westport. Out of New Haven on 95. Plenty of company through Longworth and West Haven. Route 8 northbound, you're on the brakes through Shelton going up to the bridge. And on Wilbur Cross northbound, you are bunched up in Woodbridge going into the tunnel. I'm Mitch Krause with WICC traffic.
For this evening and tonight, partly cloudy and mild, low near 70. Sunny and hot tomorrow with a high of 90. Friday, sunny and hot with a high in the low to mid 90s. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
Hello, my name is Bob Cento, and I would like to rent you office space. The reason we've done so well is that we put our tenants in front of everything else we do. Your growth is my growth. Your success is my success. And I would love to show you some beautiful properties if you should need space. Thank you.
Start online, scinto.com. Hi, this is Leo Carl from Carl Chevrolet in New Canaan. Last year, more consumers switched to Chevrolet than any other automotive brand. Why? With more standard passive and active safety features than any other brand, plus easy-to-use technology like wireless Apple CarPlay, Chevy simply builds in more value. And who doesn't love getting more for their money? With fresh inventory arriving daily, see for yourself at Carl Chevrolet, 261 Elm Street in New Canaan, or online at carlchevy.com.
Back to the news and talk. Thanks to Smart MLS. Smart sellers ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut. WICC's 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli.
All right, you and I together, by the way, 203-333-9422-333 WICC. We ask your opinions every day on this program. 5 days a week, 5 glorious days a week, Monday through Friday. And our 2 questions up today, you can check them out at our station Facebook page, facebook.com/Voice of CT. One locally, will Governor Ned Lamont move further left to try and mend fences with the progressive wing of his party? They're hammering him. They're continuing to hammer him. And now they're starting to say, hey, Ned, look at this survey we just did. Now, again, it's a push poll. Hey, don't you think that Governor Ned Lamont should do this and that, because if he doesn't, he hates you? I'm not being tongue-in-cheek, but so they released a push poll out there. So is Ned going to stand tall and say, all you people, go away? I have a 63% approval rating. I'm going to do what I damn well want to. So question 1, will Governor Ned Lamont move further left to try and mend fences with the progressives in his party? And number 2, and I guess we kind of got this question answered, do you think there are any details in the Jeffrey Epstein files that are damaging to President Trump? And I asked this on a day now. Well, the Wall Street Journal came out a few minutes ago and said, well, yeah, his name apparently is mentioned in there along with a bunch of other names. I guess unsubstantiated. I don't know. But is this a case of where there's smoke, there's fire?
WICC Bridgeport, WFOX Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Cammie McCormick. Brian Kohlberger was sentenced today to life in prison for brutally murdering 4 University of Idaho students almost 3 years ago.
Truth be told, I'm unable to come up with anything redeeming about Mr. Kohlberger because his grotesque acts of evil have buried and hidden anything that might have been good or intrinsically human about him.
Correspondent Matt Piper reports.
The judge called Brian Kohlberger a faceless coward and said he was in great awe of the family members and friends who had given statements. One of them was Dylan Mortensen, a roommate who survived.
He chose destruction. He chose evil. He feels nothing. He tried to take everything from me.
Kohlberger did not speak. He pleaded guilty earlier this month to the murders, which spared him from the death penalty. Matt Piper, CBS News.
The Wall Street Journal is reporting that Attorney General Pam Bondi discovered President Trump's name multiple times in Jeffrey Epstein documents and notified the president in May. The White House denies the story. A judge said today she would not unseal grand jury transcripts in a Florida case against Epstein. Another request for records has been made in New York. Director of National Intelligence Tulsi Gabbard made a surprise appearance in the White House briefing room today, casting doubt on past findings of Russian interference in the 2016 election. She said the American people deserve the truth.
They deserve to have faith and trust in the integrity of our democratic republic, which has been undermined by President Obama through his direction of this manufactured fake intelligence document.
CBS's Ed O'Keefe.
She last week referred various Obama administration officials to the Justice Department for potential prosecution. But let's remember, the Justice Department spent more than 3 years investigating this and whether there was any political interference and found none.
There is another push to get a ceasefire in Gaza. President Trump's envoy is meeting with a senior Israeli official as aid groups warn time is running out for Palestinians. They are starving, says this man.
We sleep hungry. I'll tell you something, 99% of Gazans go to bed hungry. We haven't eaten flour for 3 days. We're not alive. We're dead.
A world court declared today that countries are obligated under international law to tackle the climate crisis.
These consequences underscore the urgent and existential threat posed by climate change.
On Wall Street, stocks finished higher after new trade deals were announced. This is CBS News.
Progressive Insurance, with insurance for cars, home, boat, motorcycles, RVs, and commercial vehicles at 1-800-PROGRESSIVE and Progressive.com.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, their award-winning tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Find the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief today for a free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
WICC 695.9. Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
Police have identified the man whose body was recovered from the Housatonic River in Monroe as a 31-year-old town resident. The man's name is not being released by police at this time. Police say the man's body was recovered from the river near the base of Stevenson Dam. Police are trying to determine the circumstances that led to the man's death. A federal judge is ordering a Bridgeport man to spend 8 years in prison for drug distribution and illegal gun possession. Prosecutors say 32-year-old Eric Herman was linked to a pair of deadly drug overdoses in Bridgeport in 2022. He was arrested in September of that year, and at the time, he was accused of being in possession of crack cocaine and an untraceable ghost gun. Herman has been detained since his arrest, and the time served will count towards his 8-year sentence. A 65-year-old woman who killed her newborn baby in Greenwich in 1986 has been sentenced to 5 years of probation. Yanita Phillips of Florida was charged with murder in 2021 after new DNA testing linked her to the baby's death. The child's body was found dead from strangulation in a garbage truck after it had emptied a dumpster from a Greenwich apartment building where Phillips lived. Phillips moved to Florida shortly after the child was killed in May of 1986 and has lived there ever since. A Wilton man is accused of stabbing two people at a Massachusetts campground. Police say 47-year-old Jeffrey DeLuca stabbed the adult male victims during an unprovoked attack at the Mount Greylock campsite in Lanesboro, Massachusetts. The alleged incident last Friday happened in front of several children. The two victims were treated and released from the hospital. DeLuca is charged with armed assault to murder and other offenses. And a new report from the advocacy group Connecticut Voices for Children found that Connecticut continues to lag behind the national average on wage gaps and income inequality. Since the COVID pandemic, Connecticut workers have not seen their wages rise on an increase that meets the national average, while the state's highest earners have seen their income go up substantially. The report found that, on average, high-wage workers earn $66 per hour more than low-wage workers. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound, solid hour from Greenwich through Fairfield. Parkway northbound, congestion delays Norwalk and Westport. Through New Haven, 95 south, jamming through Long Wharf, West Haven, and going into Milford a little bit. And on the Wilbur Cross northbound, long line of cars. Route 34 going through the tunnel. Route 8 northbound, you're on the brakes through Shelton, going into the Commodore Hole Bridge. And 84 eastbound, Flooding Company through Danbury and Newtown. Traffic report is powered by Optimum Business. Stay ahead of cyber threats with fast and secure fiber internet starting at $65 a month with 99.9% network reliability. Visit optimum.com/business today. I'm Edge Krause with WICC Traffic.
Partly cloudy and mild this evening and overnight with a low of 70. Sunny and hot tomorrow with a high near 90. Friday, sunny and hot with a high in the low to mid-90s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All right, top story. You hear it as it breaks this afternoon. You've got the Wall Street Journal reporting that apparently the DOJ, and now the White House is denying this, but the DOJ claims, according to the Wall Street Journal, that Donald Trump's name, along with a bunch of other names, were in some of the Jeffrey Epstein files. And we have these snippets here from one of our friends that we talk to with from time to time down in D.C., CBS's Aaron Navarro.
The Wall Street Journal reporting that Trump was told by his Justice Department in a briefing in May that his name were in, quote, a truckload of files related to Jeffrey Epstein. They also note that, quote, many other high-profile figures were also named.
And, of course, more from Aaron.
Being mentioned in these records is not a full-out sign of wrongdoing. The Deputy Attorney General, Todd Blanche, the number 2 at the Department of Justice, told the Wall Street Journal that they made Trump aware of these findings and then again noted that there was nothing in the files that warranted further investigation. The Wall Street Journal reporting that Trump was told by his Justice Department in a briefing in May that his name were in, quote, a truckload of files related to Jeffrey Epstein. They also note that, quote, many other high-profile figures were also named.
All right,
the Wall Street.
We played that already. All right, there's some response from the White House.
In a response on this story to CBS News, White House Communications Director Stephen Chung noted that President Trump kicked Jeffrey Epstein out of his Mar-a-Lago club many years ago, quote, for being a creep, and said that this latest reporting from the Wall Street Journal is, quote, nothing more than a continuation of fake news stories concocted by Democrats and liberal media.
All right, so there you go. Is again, just giving you the facts out there as I'm wanting to do with local stuff and national stuff. But now you see the cable news frenzy is all over this, and they're asking members of Congress. And, of course, yesterday we heard of a push to subpoena Ghislaine Maxwell, get her out of her jail in Florida and bring her up to D.C., and the White House saying yesterday, hey, let's release the grand jury testimony. You can't release the grand jury testimony. Oh, my God. I mean, who knows? This is just, and again, I go back to something I said earlier today. Is this going to, maybe in a political sense, violate the mutual assured destruction thing? Because look, they apparently Bill Clinton flew on the plane. I mean, you don't know Bill Gates. They're mentioning Prince Andrew and all this. Oh my God! All right, question. If you want to go chat about it over on our Facebook page, you can 203-333-9422 333 WICC. Pretty simple question there, but you tell me, what do you think? Do you think there are any details? Now, mentions are different than details. Are there any details in the Jeffrey Epstein files that may be damaging to the president and his administration? A lot more coming up, including our friend Dan Haar, Hearst, Connecticut Media. He's straight ahead right here on WICC.
Your schedule may change in the summer, but WICC still has all the latest local news and our full lineup of talk you need every day. Melissa in the Morning, The Lisa Wexler Show, The Download, and Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli. Plus live local news updates at the top and bottom of the hour, along with traffic and weather. We're live and local and here for you every day on the voice of Connecticut, WICC 600 and 95.9.
You've been hit and you're hurt. You were in a crash, and now you're also out of cash. You need someone by your side. You need George Ganem to help you through the injury and legal process. With decades of experience helping clients injured in an accident, George Ganem takes on the insurance companies to get you the settlement you deserve fast. George Ganem will fight for you. Call George at 203-713-8383 or GanemInjuryLawyers.com.
Whoever said all good things must come to an end did not have a Renai tankless water heater. Hi, this is Seamus from Tri-City Home Solutions. Renai tankless water heaters offer unlimited hot water for the most demanding residential and commercial applications. You can save up to $1,000 on the installation of a new water heater now until July 31st with Tri-City and Renai. Visit us at TriCityHomeSolutions.com. Never run out of hot water again.
Call 203-877-HEAT, Tri-City.
You can't see it, you can't smell it, but radon gas could be putting your family at risk. Radon is an invisible, odorless gas that could be lurking in your home and cause serious risk to your family's health. Protect your family with a free on-site radon test from Apex Radon Solutions, your local Connecticut certified radon specialist. Apex Radon Solutions is offering free in-home radon test kits to help you detect and protect. Go to apexradonsolutions.com today to get your kit. Healthy air, healthy home with Apex Radon Solutions.
You're listening to WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut, broadcasting from Cadillac of Greenwich Studios, CadillacofGreenwich.com.
Hi, I'm Jonathan Carbuty with Carbuty Real Estate. If you're a solo individual real estate agent who's been struggling and working for yourself, by yourself in this industry, and you've ever thought about joining a high-producing real estate team to help you increase your business and explode to the next level, go to CarBeautyRealEstate.com and click the Join Our Team page. That's CarBeautyRealEstate.com. Click the Join Our Team page.
Sell your home smoothly when you call Car Beauty. Go to CarBeautyRealEstate.com.
Plunge into the vibrant unknown this summer at the Maritime Aquarium. Immerse yourself in wonder and let the joy of discovery color your memories, even as the sun sets on another great day. With a range of experiences that are sure to inspire guests of any age. Your visit isn't just an adventure. It's a front row seat to the brilliant show of life on Earth. Visit maritimeaquarium.org to choose your summer adventure today.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound, solid hour from Greenwich through Fairfield. Parkway northbound, congestion delays Norwalk and Westport. Through New Haven, 95 south, jamming through Long Wharf, West Haven, and going into Milford a little bit. And on the Wilbur Cross northbound, long line of cars. Route 34 going through the tunnel. Route 8 northbound, you're on the brakes through Shelton going into the Commodore Hole Bridge. 84 eastbound, plenty of company through Danbury and Newtown. Traffic report is powered by Optimum Business. Stay ahead of cyber threats with fast and secure fiber internet starting at $65 a month with 99.9% network liability. Visit Optimum.com/business today. I'm Edge Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, Partly cloudy and mild, below near 70. Sunny and hot tomorrow with a high of 90. Friday, sunny and hot with a high in the low to mid-90s. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
Always live, always local, and always with something on his mind. Back to Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli, WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All right, let us push ourselves away from the Epstein Files buffet, and let's talk about all things Connecticut once again, including some economic numbers, maybe a surprising push in a different congressional district, and all that. Every week at this time, this break in the 5 o'clock hour, Dan Haar, Hearst Connecticut Media Senior Editor and columnist. Mr. Haar, good afternoon, sir. How are you?
Good afternoon. We also have the poll on Lamont, but we can get to that maybe or maybe not.
Well, let's start with that. This kind of a push poll, Dan Haar, and I explained to my listeners early on how these push polls work, and you try to fashion questions to elicit an emotional response. But nonetheless, Dan, yet another move by the governor's party that, if not looking to get him out of the race, looking to push him left, correct?
Yes. The first thing I have to say is that the folks who produced this poll take great umbrage at those who characterize it as a push poll, because technically speaking, a push poll is a poll that's designed not to get polling information and data, but to actually push voters in a direction. This is not that. I would call this a nudge poll. That is, you're giving, you're basically saying to the voters, the first question is, do you think Ned Lamont should run for a third term or something to that effect? And I did get the poll, but I don't have it right in front of me. But it's and the answer to that question was 63% said yes. And then they said, well, we're going to read you a statement, and they read the statement, and the statement basically says that Governor Ned Lamont has failed to live up to this, that, and the other thing, has refused to tax the rich, and has vetoed. The most important point is they said he vetoed a housing bill that would have created 100,000 units of housing. And while that bill aimed to create 100,000 units of housing as a target, it isn't quite safe. So after asking that question and after saying that, the answer, it dropped to 36% of people, or 33 or something, that said that he should. And these are likely Democratic voters. So I do agree that what it points to is the idea that if a viable opponent were to point these things out, that viable opponent would be all the more viable. It does point to his. The way I put it is, it shows that Lamont's support is broad but not deep among Democrats.
And so off of that, Dan, I asked listeners here, and we put it on Facebook. We took calls on it here. So is that enough, you think, to get Ned Lamont? I guess he has a meeting coming up tonight with some legislators. Is he apt to say, even after that, hey, this is who I am? Like, I may go for a third term here. Or does he say, well, all right, maybe I better soften up here? Does he care?
Remember, as we've discussed, the left is not necessarily the left. My understanding is that he's meeting with some urban legislators tonight. I don't have that nailed down, but I understand that. Right. So if that's the case, remember, it's not the urban legislators that were pushing, not necessarily the urban legislators that were pushing for the housing reforms, and it's not the urban legislators that were pushing for the strike pay. And those are the big things that the left is so pissed off about. So you have your left, your left, your left, your left, and your left. There's 5 lefts, right? And so Governor Lamont is perfectly adept at doing what he needs to do to stay in the good graces of certain people in the left. I just had one of my neighbors here in West Hartford is in the construction business, and he was really, really wound up over that his company can't bid on a job because it's a union-only contract.
Well, there you go.
It's a state job. Yeah. So he's saying that liberal Lamont is kowtowing to the unions. So, and here it is, a union-backed poll that says Lamont is the devil. So it's a complicated picture.
Before we go to another interesting electoral, perhaps, development, let's talk about the economy, jobs, housing, all that. Dan, I know that's right up your alley. So some new numbers out there. What do they show? What do you think?
Flat is the new up. We'll take flat. Let's talk about jobs and housing. In jobs, Connecticut is not keeping pace with the nation. But then again, Connecticut has never kept pace with the nation, and it more or less shouldn't keep pace with the nation because we don't want to live like that. We don't want this to look like New Jersey. Right? I grew up in northern New Jersey. If I wanted this to be northern New Jersey, I'd move back. Okay. Right? We don't want this, frankly. We don't want this to look like Lower Fairfield County. It's too dense. Most of the state is a slower growing state. So I wouldn't worry too much about the flat jobs growth. You want to see more than we have. Right now we're 7,500 year over year. I think it's about 0.5%. You want to be at about 1%. If you're not at 1%, you're really at an unhealthy level. But you don't need to be at the nation's 2% growth level, right? And of course that is slowed under Trump. Yeah. So Connecticut is failing to keep pace with a slower level of growth in the nation. So that's the job picture. Yeah. And of course, we care about the quality of jobs, and the quality of jobs is mixed. Manufacturing jobs are declining, and that's not good. You don't want to see that.
Yeah. I was going to ask you.
Housing.
I was going to ask you about the mix, but you covered it. Okay, what do we have for housing now?
Housing, on the other hand, is better than the nation. Where our prices are up year over year, according to my colleague Alex Soul, who's quoting from Berkshire Hathaway data. Our median sale price year over year is up. And as you know, some markets are showing down.
Yeah.
I'm just looking at the numbers now on jobs. Manufacturing year over year is down 3,200. You don't want to see that. No. That's not what you want to see. And finance is probably up a little bit. Finance is up 900. Yeah.
Okay.
So it's that's better than down. But the bulk of the jobs are in education and health, and some of those jobs do, and some do not pay well. But generally, you want to see professional services do well, and right now that's moderately up, and finance is moderately up, and manufacturing is down. Anyway, getting to the housing market.
Yeah,
we are seeing more houses on the market, although not nearly the number that we were seeing before the pandemic. Right. The bottom line is nothing's happening with housing in Connecticut or anywhere else until those interest rates come down. Yeah. And right now, the president is fighting with the Fed chairman, as you know. I'm not sure whether he hates Elon Musk or Jerome Powell, the Fed chairman, more. But right now, it's unlikely. I'm not going to sell my house if I've got a 2 3/4% mortgage. And I'm looking at 6.7% mortgage rates. That's not happening.
No.
So it's going to stay slow. But the key thing is that prices are holding up in Connecticut. Okay. And that's good for homeowners and bad for buyers.
All right. Finally, interesting electoral politics in the greater Hartford area. John Larson, longtime influential Connecticut political family. He's been the first district man in Congress for about 30 or so years. A few weeks ago, he looked like he was sailing. Now you have a blue-collar contractor. You have rumored to be somebody from the Hartford School Board, an accomplished attorney. Luke Bronin making some rumbling. Jillian Gilchrist. All of a sudden, Dan Har, in the space of about, a week and a half, the political walls here seem to be tightening a little bit on John Larson and the first. What do you make of this?
Yeah, the general way of thinking around here in Hartford, West Hartford, is that if John Larson wants to stay in the fight, he's going to win.
Yeah.
Right? Because he's not only his own legacy, but he was anointed by the Baileys, right?
Oh,
and
yeah.
Kennellys.
Yeah.
So he's really the heir to the legacy that goes back to the 50s, right?
Wow.
And so yes, he is the establishment candidate, and a lot of people wish he would step aside, especially after he had 2 medical issues, and especially since it's unlikely that his Social Security proposal is going to get anywhere, even in the next Congress.
Mm-hmm.
Certainly not while Trump is president will it be signed. So since he's looking at 6 years to get that through, he ain't lasting 6 years. He may last 2. The argument is, please step aside. Luke Bronin, the former 2-term mayor of Hartford, he's not zealously going about this in a public way. Yeah. He hasn't filed. He has told people that he's looking to run. He did confront. I say confront. He met with John Larson.
Larson thought he was joking, right?
That's exactly right. Yeah, but and that's what our friend Mark Pasniokis reported.
Yeah.
But Luke Bronin isn't talking to any of us. I've been trying to get him on the phone for 2 days. He's not calling me, right? And so he obviously doesn't want a story out that says I'm in or I'm out. He's still what that tells you is that he's still testing the waters and all that. And of course, as Kevin Rennie reported it correctly, I agree with Kevin, that this indicates that Luke Bronin is thinking that he's less likely to win for governor. There is a path for him to win for governor, but it's a narrow path.
Yeah.
And he may think that the path is clearer in Congress.
The intrigue sounds like a Netflix multi-part series. Dan Haar, Hearst, Connecticut Media senior editor and columnist. Check out his stuff online. Dan, thank you. Be good, and we'll chat next week. Thank you, sir.
We will chat next week.
All right. Thank you, Dan. Dan Haar, Hearst, Connecticut Media. Yeah, Luke Bronin, the former mayor of Hartford, trying to nudge the great John Larson out of his seat. Folks, it's happening. Listen, this happened a few years back with the Republican side, and now it's a natural evolution. It's happening on the Democratic side. The only thing inevitable is change.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound, solid hour from Greenwich through Fairfield. Parkway northbound, congestion delays Norwalk and Westport. Through New Haven, 95 south, jamming through Long Wharf, West Haven, and going into Milford a little bit. And on the Wilbur Cross northbound, long line of cars. Route 34 going through the tunnel. Route 8 northbound, you're on the brakes through Shelton, going into the Commodore Hole Bridge. And 84 eastbound, Flooding Company through Danbury and Newtown. Traffic report is powered by Optimum Business. Stay ahead of cyber threats with fast and secure fiber internet starting at $65 a month with 99.9% network reliability. Visit optimum.com/business today. I'm Edge Krause with WICC Traffic.
Partly cloudy and mild this evening and overnight with a low of 70. Sunny and hot tomorrow with a high near 90. Friday, sunny and hot with a high in the low to mid-90s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Flaming Hot Sevens and Scorching Hot Sevens scratch tickets from the Connecticut Lottery have top prizes of $50,000 and $100,000. With lucky number 7, it may be your chance to get on a hot streak. Play Flaming Hot Sevens and Scorching Hot Sevens today. Overall odds by game: Flaming Hot Sevens 1 in 3.71, Scorching Hot Sevens 1 in 3.59. Must be 18 or older. Problem gambling helpline: call 888-789-7777.
This is your CT Insider weather update. Today, mostly sunny and warm with highs in the mid to upper 80s. Lows dip into the upper 60s later on. Tomorrow, muggy with lots of sunshine. Highs in the low 90s and a heat index of 90 to 95. Powered by CT Insider.
There's more to Connecticut with CT Insider. A hometown behind every headline. With every issue, investigation, or interview, there's more when you're following from the inside. Visit ctinsider.com for more.
Attention timeshare owners. This is an urgent consumer alert from the Timeshare Exit Hotline, a national company specializing in helping consumers legally get out of their expensive timeshare contracts. We're offering you a way to legally get rid of your timeshare. So if you're fed up with the maintenance fees that keep on coming and want to learn if you can terminate your timeshare legally and permanently, call today. Even if you've tried before and were unsuccessful in getting rid of your timeshare, call today and see if we can help. We offer a complete 100% unconditional client satisfaction guarantee. Make this completely free call and learn how we can help you legally put an end to your timeshare nightmare once and for all. You have nothing to lose, so call right now to qualify and receive a free consultation.
Call 800-838-8614. 800-838-8614. That's 800-838-8614.
Paid for by Airtime Media.
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
CBS News Brief. Director of National Intelligence Tulsi Gabbard said today a new report undercuts claims of Russian interference in the 2016 election. She blames the Obama administration.
We're here today because the American people deserve the truth, they deserve accountability, and they deserve justice.
A judge today rejected the Trump administration's request to unseal grand jury transcripts in the Jeffrey Epstein, Florida case. A similar records request is pending in New York. The Wall Street Journal's reporting Attorney General Pam Bondi discovered President Trump's name in multiple Epstein documents and informed the president in May. Brian Kohberger was sentenced today to life in prison for murdering 4 University of Idaho students.
In my view, the time has now come to end Mr. Kohberger's 15 minutes of fame. It's time that he be consigned to the ignominy and isolation of perpetual incarceration.
CBS News Brief. I'm Cammie McCormick.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
Several members of the Bridgeport Police Department have filed complaints against Police Chief Roderick Porter, alleging him of discriminatory punishment and promotional decisions. The officers filing the complaints are white, and the attorney representing them, Dan Angelone, says his clients allege that Porter has been discriminating against them based on their race in terms of discipline and advancement opportunities. Porter said that he defends every decision he makes and said he is aware of the concerns raised by the officers and that he welcomes a transparent review. Bridgeport City Councilor Alfredo Castillo received the support of his district representatives on the Bridgeport Democratic Town Committee as he seeks re-election. Castillo is currently facing close to 24 criminal charges for election violations. Castillo was first elected to the city council in 2013. He was arrested in June of 2024 and February of 2025 for alleged misuse of absentee ballots in the 2019 and 2023 mayoral elections, in which he backed incumbent Democratic Mayor Joe Ganim. Castillo has pleaded not guilty to all of the charges and will next appear in court on August 13th. A Danbury couple in their 40s are accused of engaging in sexual activity on a JetBlue flight. Officials say Christopher Arnold and Trista Riley were spotted by 2 children and their mother having sexual contact, and they alerted a flight attendant. The alleged incident happened this past Saturday on a flight from New York to Sarasota, Florida. When the plane landed in Florida, Arnold and Riley were arrested and charged with lewd and lascivious exhibition. Stanford Superintendent of Schools Dr. Tamu Lucero was recently voted to remain in her role for the upcoming school year. Lucero had recently announced that she would be leaving the district at the end of the 2025-2026 school year to take a job in Africa. The Stanford Board of Education has decided to keep Lucero in place until then, but that decision has been met with criticism. Stanford Education Association President John Corcoran believes that the many changes coming to the district, including the controversial block schedule change, should be on hold until a new superintendent is in place.
I don't know why you wouldn't wait for the new superintendent and say, hey, let's take a look at this. Let's see what we want to do. Maybe there's a better way.
A meeting was scheduled to take place in Fairfield today to decide who will fill the role of First Selectman Bill Gerber following his death after a brain cancer diagnosis. Governor Ned Lamont offered these words of tribute.
He knew what he cared for. He cared for you, cared for the people of Fairfield, and we're going to miss him every day.
The town charter states that a replacement first selectman must be from the same party and are chosen by the remaining board members. Democratic acting first selectwoman Christine Vitale and Republican selectwoman Brenda Kupchik have until August 15th to make the decision. There will be a celebration of life this Friday in honor of Gerber at Sacred Heart University's Martiri Family Arena. All Fairfield residents, friends, and colleagues are invited to attend. An Afghan interpreter living and working in Connecticut has been detained by ICE agents in East Hartford. Senator Richard Blumenthal is only identifying the man as Zia over concerns about his safety and that of his family. The man is in the U.S. legally, and he was recently arrested at a routine appointment related to his green card application. In a conversation with WTNH-TV News 8, Blumenthal called his arrest a broken promise.
Great nation keeps its promises. We promised them we would bring them here. They would be safe. Zia thought he was safe.
Zia previously helped the U.S. military, and his lawyer, Lauren Peterson, also spoke with Channel 8 about the consequences he could face if sent back to Afghanistan.
He faces death. There's a certain threat to his life. He's already seen the Taliban's attempts to hurt his family, and they have harmed his family.
First District Democratic Congressman John Larson says former Hartford Mayor Luke Bronin met him for coffee last week and asked him not to run for re-election. The 77-year-old Larson says he started to laugh at Bronin's request, thinking he may have been joking. Bronin was serious, and Larson says he delivered a blunt response that he will be running for re-election next year. Bronin says he hopes Larson might consider allowing this to be the time to pass the baton so that new voices can be heard. Larson has held the Hartford area seat since 1999. State police have launched an online data program that will allow users to track how many tickets troopers are issuing. It also shows the demographics of those who are issued tickets, including age, gender, and ethnicity. The State Department of Emergency Services and Public Protection says the program is designed for transparency.
The hope is that this provides more so people see what the police are doing, so they don't assume things or say, well, the cops aren't doing their job, or they're always stopping the black guy, or they're always stopping the Asian woman. Well, let's look at it. Who are they stopping?
And a new traffic pattern is in place at Tweed New Haven Regional Airport that officials believe will ease congestion. The huge growth of air travel at Tweed in the last few years have also created traffic headaches for passengers and for nearby residents. A roundabout has been created for arriving traffic that Mayor Justin Elliker says will enhance safety at the airport and in the surrounding neighborhood. Officials believe the new patterns will reduce traffic on Fort Hale Road by around 30%. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound, solid hour from Greenwich through Fairfield. The Parkway is at least a little bit better. Out in New Haven, 95 south jamming through Long Wharf and West Haven. Wilbur Cross northbound, heavy congestion through Orange and going through Woodbridge into the tunnel. Route 8 northbound, you're on the brakes through Shelton up to the bridge, and in Shelton, construction on Route 7 northbound at Florida Hill Road. I'm Ange Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, partly cloudy and mild, below near 70. Sunny and hot tomorrow with a high of 90. Friday, sunny and hot with a high in the low to mid-90s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
If Stamford is talking about it, so is Paul. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
You and I together for another, well, let's see, 21 minutes and change here, but let's make it good. 203-333, 9422-333, WICC. Talk or text. Got a couple of interesting text messages here. Okay, nobody cares about Trump and Epstein any longer. Move on. Really? Nobody cares about Trump and Epstein any longer. Move on. I care. I'm sorry if people don't think it's important. I don't know about you, but if a sitting president of the U.S., no matter what the party, I'm not a party-only guy. Look, I try to see what's right and what's wrong. And if there's if there's incriminating stuff about Donald Trump and the Epstein files, let's have it. What's everybody so worried about? The country will continue. The office of the presidency will continue. So whoever texted me this, thank you. Appreciate the text, as always. I can see this is a regular texter. But to say nobody cares, no, I would say about half the country cares. And you know what? Half the country is probably going, oh, good, there's stuff in there about him. And the other half is probably going, oh, boy. So in that phase, most of the country, I would think, cares. But again, I maintain this, and until I see evidence to the contrary, I'm going to say there are now what's proven and what's not. Who knows? It could be all of it. It could be none of it. It could be something in the middle. Well, Paul, it's all insinuating and innuendo. Well, yeah, kinda. Sometimes that's how life works, right? Where there's smoke, there's fire. Where there's smoke, there's not fire. There's just smoke. But it's funny, everybody on the Republican side that wants nothing to do with this now, when it was Clinton in there, when it was rumors of, I don't know, who else could have been in there? Prince Andrew, Bill Gates. Oh, they released the Epstein files now. Who cares? If Donald Trump went away tomorrow, guess what? Everybody would still go to work. The sun would still rise in the east and set in the west. I mean, my God. Now, I know I talk about this stuff generally for, 4 hours a day, 4 to 5 days a week. We do, vary from it from time to time, but it's okay. The country will survive. We've been through, anybody who thinks this is the end of the world, everything is the end of the world, no, it's not. No, it's not. If he's in there, if the name is in there, and there's verifiable stuff that Ghislaine Maxwell knows, I'd like to know, because we'll be fine. We'll be fine. We used to, there was a time in this country, and I tell my son this and his friends, oh, things are so bad. I say, you know what? Go sit down to one of your 5 computers. Go to YouTube. Put in 1968 race riots. Put in race riots after the death of Martin Luther King Jr. You had major cities in this country burning every night. I remember watching it as a kid on the CBS Evening News with Walter Cronkite. Good evening. Violence in the wake of the assassination of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. spread to Detroit, Cleveland, and New York. And I'm sitting there, and there are buildings burning. No buildings are burning right now. Everything's fine. We'll survive. Country survived a civil war. It survived protests of the 60s and 70s. It survived some ugly racism. It survived some ugliness from business. We're fine. Everybody's got to stop thinking that every little thing is the end of the freaking world. It's not. Let's get it all out there. But sometimes I think Jack Nicholson's character in A Few Good Men is right. You know, when he sits there, go do yourself a favor and rewatch that courtroom scene with Jack Nicholson and Demi Moore. Oh God, his name. How do I not know his name? Tom Cruise. Thank you, Christian. That's what Chris is there for. Feeding me. Tom Cruise. That was about 7 or 8 minutes. What a great scene. But again, prophetic words, maybe from Jack Nicholson. You can't handle the truth. I think a lot of people can't. I love the truth. I think the truth is reinvigorating and is a fountain of youth for the nation. Now, having said that, maybe there's nothing in these files. Maybe there's something. Maybe it's all and everything. But my God, calm down. Everybody. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC as we continue.
Selling your home is a numbers game. The more potential buyers who see it, the greater the opportunity to sell. And when your home is listed on Smart MLS, more than 21,000 realtors see it, and so do all their buyers. Suddenly, the number of people looking at your home starts to grow by a lot. More realtors sharing your listing, more people seeing your home, more offers coming in, and maybe even more cash in your pocket. Smart move, right? Ask your realtor. Is my house on Smart MLS? Smart MLS, the smart way to sell your home.
Hey, Bridgeport small business owners. You can apply for a $5,000 grant from Optimum Business and the Bridgeport Regional Business Council. The Lifting Up Bridgeport Small Businesses Grant Program is awarding 25 businesses $5,000 grants to develop their business technology and support their success. And your business can be one of them. But hurry, the application deadline is August 15th. To see grant program requirements and apply today, visit optimum.com/business/Bridgeport. Terms apply.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation and a regular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduced stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. Stroke risk may increase. Eliquis can cause serious and potentially fatal bleeding. Don't take if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or bleed longer. A spinal injection increases blood clot risk, which may cause paralysis. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding or bruising, or back pain, tingling, numbness, muscle weakness, or incontinence. Aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
95 northbound, solid hour from Greenwich through Fairfield. The Parkway is at least a little bit better. Out in New Haven, 95 south jamming through Long Wharf into West Haven. Wilbur Cross northbound, heavy congestion through Orange and going through Woodbridge into the tunnel. Route 8 northbound, you're on the brakes through Shelton up to the bridge, and in Shelton, construction on Route 7 northbound at Florida Hill Road. I'm Mitch Krause with WICC Traffic.
Partly cloudy and mild this evening and overnight with a low of 70. Sunny and hot tomorrow with a high near 90. Friday, sunny and hot with a high in the low to mid 90s. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
You've got the questions. Paul has the answers. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
And another thing, this is the time of the show, where I like to vent. I should designate this the venting half hour. Could we stop? And when I say stop, I don't want really people to stop. It's their right to blather on. But let me just adjust it this way. Could we stop acting, with the Stephen Colbert thing and his cancellation and now the supposed merger of CBS and Paramount into whatever this what's it? Chris, can you just what's that company that's supposedly merging with CBS? Whatever. Put that in the great God Google. I should be accurate naming this. But apparently now they're saying, the Colbert was canceled. Skydance Media, thank you, Mr. Williams, appreciate that. So, was there a quid pro quo here? Did it get back? Hey, the White House, we'll rubber stamp this merger with Skydance Media and the CBS properties and Paramount and all this, but you got to get rid of Colbert, whatever. Here's the thing. It's not like they canceled Jesus Christ. Okay. It's everybody calm down. Oh, my God, they're canceling Stephen Colbert. Yeah. And? Jeez. I'm just like, yeah. Well, what if this was a White House quid pro quo? Okay. Yeah. So Jimmy Kimmel is still out there. Seth Meyers is still out there. Jon Stewart is still out there. Jimmy Fallon is still out. There's plenty of Trump bashing to go around. Now, could this have been a quid pro quo? All right. You don't think this goes on in business all the time. Should this go on? Probably not. Let's understand something. It's not like this guy was drawing 30, 40, 50 million people a night. He did very well with certain demos, and for that time of the night, 2 million is pretty good. But again, it's probably, there's habitual viewing, and then, people watch it on different platforms, the podcast, the video, whatever. And then it comes out, well, the show was bleeding money. So let me ask you something. This is a serious question. Now, CBS and a bunch of people in the financial world say, well, yeah, the show kind of was oozing money, and they claim, I don't know how that show, they say. How do you look in a guy coming out telling jokes with a studio audience at a theater that doesn't need any facelifting or refurbishing. It's been there for years. Really? The show was losing $40 to $50 million a year? It just shows you how soft the advertising market is for late night television, no matter who it is. Buddy of mine who's pretty good with media says that whole genre is going. Because, again, these hosts get popular, like Colbert, like Jimmy Fallon, like Seth Meyers, like Jimmy Kimmel. They want to get paid. They want the piasters, baby. They want multi-million-dollar contracts. So unless you can cover that, the genre is dead. Although I think what you'll see now is once this wave of hosts, which are mainly progressive because people need to, nighttime, late night TV has become the echo chamber for the left, and that's fine. The right has their own echo chambers too. But what they'll do is they'll turn these shows over to what you hear are these social media influencers. They're not stars per se, but they make millions of bucks on social media, on TikTok, on Instagram, IG, as the young kids call it, on Facebook, on YouTube, and they make money. So I'm sure you'll see some of them move into that role with late night television, and there'll be a revenue sharing deal, or maybe they won't charge a thing, so the networks don't have to, get the bloated talent fee, but they can make more money on it. But my God, stop. Listen, yeah, maybe Colbert, maybe it was political, and then what? So what? It shouldn't happen? No, probably shouldn't. Maybe it did. Who knows? Relax, move on. There's 15 other shows you could watch. And you don't think down through the years, well, we saw it with the Smothers Brothers and Richard Nixon. Okay, the country survived. As much as I used to love watching the Smothers Brothers when I was a kid. Everybody, calm down. Jeez. I feel better now. I vented. Dean in New Haven is here. Hello, Dean. How are you?
Oh, I'm doing okay. How are you?
Dean, I can't tell you the joy I feel right now, brother. What's up?
I hear it in your voice. I just wanted to say something about the Trump-Epstein thing.
Yeah.
First off, you have to remember that Epstein was a businessman, first and foremost.
He was a he was a financier, from what I understand. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, and so was Donald Trump.
Yeah.
Yeah, and they were friends.
Yep.
And if what I've understood, there is a list of about 1,000 or 2,000 people in Epstein's Rolodex, I would say, of people that he's done dealings with. That doesn't mean that they're all not on the up and up.
Yeah, perverts.
You know what I mean?
No, they're not all perverts. No, I get what
they're
you're
not
saying.
all, no.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it still remains to be seen if Trump was. Now, if he was, what, to tell you the truth, what difference does it make if he was? How would that affect anything that he's doing?
Well, I think, Dean, if people found out that it was if this is a consenting adult thing on the up and up, and there will be people who say, yeah, sure, whatever, I'm not surprised. But the thing you wonder is, and I wonder about too, is, remember, he and Ghislaine Maxwell were convicted sex traffickers with I guess, minors involved here. That's when you stop and you say, hey, he would have to be held accountable for that. Consenting adults? No, I agree with you. But if it's below that, then you got a problem. No.
Well, I don't know. I just don't see it having any effect on his job.
Well, and Dean, thank you.
And he's doing a fantastic job.
Well, and Dean, I do have to run along. Thank you, appreciate it. And that leads into the notion that if there was anything really bad about it, Why didn't the Democrats do something in the first Trump term? Or why didn't Joe Biden do anything? Which, again, backflows into my other thought of, well, mutually assured destruction. Like, yeah, we could get him on this, but the collateral damage on the psyche of America, So listen, there would be a marked difference in how people reacted to this if Trump was involved. Just call it the way it is. Consenting adults. I mean, you want to talk about that, the Kennedys, and I'm not trying to draw equivalencies here, but let's not forget that both Ghislaine Maxwell, who's still with us, and the late Mr. Epstein, you're talking about trafficking charges, underage girls. That is not acceptable in anyone's realm. Anyone's. Let's wrap it up with Anne Marie in Stratford, who's been hanging on.
Hey.
Anne Marie, how are you?
How are you?
I'm all right.
It was funny because I'm online at a checkout window, and I said my name, and your assistant picked up at the exact same time, so it worked out well.
There you go. There you go.
No, what I want to say is whether or not he did anything. Let's put that aside for a moment.
Yeah.
We could say yes or no. We think so. We don't. There's no proof right now.
We don't know. No.
That's right. And I have to give him a fair shake, even though I don't like him personally, but that's okay.
Yeah.
But anyway, the thing is, he's the one that opened Pandora's box.
Well, yeah.
I'm going to release them. I'm going to do this, and I'm going to do that.
And then, Anne-Marie, the question begs, would he have said that if he really engaged in any conduct? I mean, I can't foresee him being that tone deaf. He must, right? Yeah. Why would you say that?
No, I don't believe, like, let's say if I robbed a bank, I wouldn't be saying, hey, let's release the FBI files on that bank. No.
Yeah. Anne-Marie, thanks. I appreciate it. Good to hear from you. All right, let's put a lid on this. Yeah, I mean, and again, that's another way to look at it. He was patronizing to the MAGA crowd, which is fine. That's his base. I get it. I understand that. Nothing wrong with that. I'm going to release the Epstein files. All right. I don't think, unless he was devious enough and Machiavellian enough to say that, knowing it would get him votes, and then I'll just come back and say I can't do it because of innocent people. I don't know. This could be 1,000 different ways of nothing. But we'll see what happens. All right, let's put a cap around of traffic and weather together right here on a Wednesday on WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
95 northbound, solid hour from Greenwich through Fairfield. The Parkway is at least a little bit better. Out in New Haven, 95 south jamming through Longworth and West Haven. Wilbur Cross northbound, heavy congestion through Orange and going through Woodbridge into the tunnel. Route 8 northbound, you're on the brakes through Shelton up to the bridge, and in Shelton, construction on Route 7 northbound at Florida Hill Road. I'm Ange Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, partly cloudy and mild, low near 70. Sunny and hot tomorrow with a high of 90. Friday, sunny and hot with a high in the low to mid-90s. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
The following message is brought to you by the Fairfield Law Offices of Estate, Trust, and Probate Attorneys Eliafson and Tenor, online at ConnecticutElderLaw.com. Here is attorney Christine Tenor.
If you are suddenly hurt or seriously ill and can't speak for yourself, what could happen to you and your family and all you care about? Will life-changing decisions be made by strangers? We all face legal, financial, and physical challenges every day at all stages of life. Don't leave important matters to chance, and don't wait until you are elderly. No one can predict what the future holds for us, so even young adults and young couples, everyone, should be prepared for the unexpected. Give your family and yourself the most important gift you can give, the gift of peace of mind.
Visit ConnecticutElderLaw.com. Eliafson and Tenor, 203-336-2566. Protecting your family's future. Eliafson and Tenor, for peace of mind. 203-336-2566.
Back to the news and talk, thanks to Smart MLS. Smart sellers ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut, WICC's 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli.
All right, a little late breaking news here. According to the Hartford Courant, the Connecticut Sun will be at the Mohegan Sun Arena and in Connecticut at least through next season, 2026, amid all the rumblings that the Tribe may sell the team off. They may go to Providence or Boston. So at least one more year in Connecticut for the WNBA's Connecticut Sun.
WICC Bridgeport, WFOX Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Cammie McCormick. Brian Kohberger was sentenced today to life in prison for murdering 4 University of Idaho students 3 years ago. He pleaded guilty to avoid the death penalty. At the hearing, relatives and friends of the victims struggled to contain their grief in addressing him.
I'm shaking because I want to reach out to you, but I hope you feel my energy, okay? Go to hell.
Randy Davis's stepdaughter, Zano, was killed.
I know people believe in other stuff. You're evil. There's no place for you in heaven. You took our children. You are going to suffer, man.
Kohberger remained silent during the hearing. He has never said why he killed the students. Director of National Intelligence Tulsi Gabbard made a surprise appearance in the White House briefing room today to talk about a report that she says disputes the findings of Russian interference in the 2016 election. CBS's Ed O'Keefe.
What Gabbard is alleging she now has and has released is evidence that there was great disagreement in the intelligence community about those findings, and that ultimately the Obama administration tried to cook up something that has been allowed to fester for all these years. She, last week, referred various Obama administration officials to the Justice Department for potential prosecution. But let's remember, the Justice Department spent more than 3 years investigating this and whether there was any political interference, and found none.
A judge said today she cannot release grand jury transcripts in the Jeffrey Epstein, Florida case. Legal analyst Lori Levinson.
Ordinarily, grand jury transcripts are secret. And the fact that there's a lot of public attention regarding a case is not a grounds under the statute for disclosure.
There is another records request in New York, and the House Oversight Committee has subpoenaed Ghislaine Maxwell to sit for a deposition. She's Epstein's former girlfriend. CBS's Jan Crawford on another court win for the administration in its efforts to downsize the federal government.
The Supreme Court has cleared the way for President Trump to remove members of the Consumer Product Safety Commission while their lawsuit challenging the firings plays out. If this legal battle sounds familiar, that's because it is. In a different case just 2 months ago, the justices made their views pretty clear on the president's removal powers, although apparently not clear enough for some of the lower court judges who have continued to block the removals at other independent agencies.
The State Department has opened an investigation into Harvard's eligibility as a sponsor of a government visa program for international students, researchers, and professors. On Wall Street, stocks finished higher due to the latest trade deals. The Dow was up 507 points. This is CBS News.
Sponsored by Progressive Insurance. We offer auto, home, and commercial auto insurance, plus a variety of business insurance options. Visit Progressive.com today.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting great candidates? Well, they're not hard to find when you go to ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. People who are actively looking for jobs like yours. So it's easy to find the right person fast. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort, offering small ship experiences with a shore excursion included in every port and programs designed for cultural enrichment. Discover more at Viking.com. Viking, dedicated to creating travel experiences for the thinking person, with programs designed for cultural enrichment on board and on shore. Discover more at Viking.com. That's Viking.com.
You're listening to a Melissa in the Morning Rewind. Now on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Connecticut State Police just launched a new online data platform, and it allows you not only to track how many tickets troopers are issuing, but it also gives you a public view of who's getting the tickets, including the ages of people, their gender, and their ethnicity. And one big question is, why would they launch something like this? You know, you ever think about people who love crime shows or law enforcement shows? Certainly there's a little bit of this feeling of, wow, I'm getting top secret information, or I feel like I'm one of them. And maybe that's something, but I think there's a much bigger reason why this dashboard was created, and I think it has to do with transparency. But who am I? Let's talk to Rick Green, who is the director of communications and works with a very major state department here in the city, or I should say the state of Connecticut, rather. Rick, I appreciate you giving us the time, and you actually were very instrumental in this launched dashboard, correct?
Yeah, Melissa, I think to answer your initial question, why, my response is, why haven't we done this before? This is really part of an initiative that my boss, who's the commissioner of the Department of Emergency Services and Public Protection, Ronell Higgins, it's his effort to try to increase transparency, to try to take all of this data that we collect, and we collect tons of data, and share it not only with the public, but with local law enforcement so they can track trends, see areas where they are succeeding, but also maybe see areas where there needs to be more of initiative or more resources. So it's transparency, but it's also an effort to increase awareness about what we should be paying attention to.
And Rick, I appreciate that. I totally went blank. Yes, correct. So Rick Green, again, who is the Director of Communications, Office of the Commissioner for the Department of Emergency Services and Public Protection. And, you know, I love what you said there, which is, why didn't we do this sooner? I mean, when I looked at this, because I did already click on the platform, and we'll certainly talk about it in a moment, what people can get out of it if they go to it. Right. But when I clicked on this, it's certainly an awful lot of data, but it's very straightforward. I mean, it's very concrete information. Do you feel like it's exposing it all, or nothing? There's really nothing to hide.
Well, you know, sometimes big bureaucracies can not do a great job at sharing public information, you know? And so I think the first time you do it, it can seem like, oh, well, there's a lot here. But, you know, it's really just an effort to say, hey, if you're driving to work this morning and you see some people driving like crazy, and it occurs to you, gosh, what's going on here? What kind of effort is being made? We can go on this platform and you can click a few boxes and see, like, for example, in 2025, how many white female drivers between a particular age group received citations for speeding or failure to move over, or take your pick of any one of